Oh my god. What the fuck? Okay, ignore whatever the fuck that was. I don't know why my fucking shit's like copying and pasting shit from my Twitter. That's annoying. I was trying to type good luck, have fun, and for some reason it copy pasted something that I had put on my Twitter earlier. What the fuck, Twitch? Or my computer? Why do you keep fucking randomly copying shit and pasting it in my fucking thing? It's so annoying. I hate it so much. I gotta go to my fucking chat and clear it. It's fucking stupid bullshit. I hate when they fucking copy pasta me. Like, what the fuck, bro? Alright, get all your shit that you need to say out now. I'm clearing chat. There we go. Can I not, like, remove my own message? How do I remove my own message? Can I ban myself from my own chat? Imagine. Ah, whatever. Ignore that ever happened. Fucking stupid pasta bullshit. Anyways, good luck on your games, Luna. Oh! Also, hey, Rosie, and Icky, and Zypher, and whoever else decided to show up. Fuck it. I'm just gonna switch over. So I got a little surprise, kinda, little, sorta, maybe, whatever. Don't worry about it. So, anyways, you didn't see it? It's not even worth talking about. Voila. Also, I'm a witch on a broom. Whee! Anyways, what up? Enjoy Witch Tsukiko for Halloween. Happy Halloween! It's early, but we're getting there. So they're waiting to do a collab at 8 o'clock. I figured, what better way to kill time than to play some ZAZA. I'm just calling it Legend ZAZA now. Potheads will understand. What the broom do? It makes me fly, that's what it do. Just head out the gutter. Alright, so are you ready for the nightmare fuel that is Starmie Mega Evolution? Because it's gonna be nightmare fuel, I'm saying right now. I can tell. It was really hard to find the outfit to wear with this, because like every other outfit I had kind of showed my panties. That's like, yeah, I don't want that. I don't want TOS. Thank you. Are you trying to TOS me, biatch? Anyways, we're gonna go get Stormy. I may have accidentally kind of did the story sequence on this earlier when I walked up to it and didn't realize that I was gonna have to battle Philippe. And he pretty much soundly kicked my ass, only I got lucky at the end to beat him. He got strong. So. I also got another alpha drug, teeny in a bolt dragon. I always feel like I'm so. Why am I going the wrong way? Oh my god. It's almost like I could have just pinned it. It's almost like I could have just pinned it. That's crazy. I don't know where anybody's head goes. I only know where my head goes. 9 times out of 10. My head goes burr. Ugh. Alright, Starmie. Let's fucking do this shit. Nightmare fuel time. Concentration of mega power in your vicinity is rising rapidly. Rogue egg of evolution is imminent. Ready. Before Starmie's Rogue evolution steps in, want me to heal your Pokemon? I could say something, but it might be better in DMs. I don't know. If you feel like it needs to be said in DMs, then don't say it on stream. That's all I'm gonna say. This is a wholesome PG-13 Pokemon stream. Joking, this is not PG-13, but still. We're trying to be wholesome. Oh, okay, I can't be wholesome with that fucking thing. What the hell is that? Why he got such long legs? What them legs do? What the motherfucking legs do, fam? Where the fuck did he go? Bro, what them legs do though? Oh my god, that's so, I hate it. I fucking hate it. Get this nightmare fuel away from me. Mom, I'm scared. I need an adult. Wait, I am an adult. I need an adult-tier adult. That is my fucking nightmare. I'll think about it. To be completely fair, my head don't go anywhere anymore. Alright, Dragonite. Let's fuck him up. Why'd you use Hydro Pump? I didn't use shit. Why are you using Surf for the water type? Oh my god. Oh, hell no. Hell to the fuck no. Did you see the way he ran at me? Ew. That's weird. I hate it. They need to redo this evolution, bro. I don't want what they were thinking. Like, why does it seem like the back is now just like his backpack or something? Or like an extension of his body, not actually part of his actual main body. Does that make sense? Like, I'm so confused. I don't like it. I don't like it. I want it to die faster. Please die faster. Make it go away, mommy. Make it go away. This thing is fucking freaking me out. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh, Jesus. Ew. Stop. That's so weird, bro. Can't even do fucking shards because he's dumbass. I'm so uncomfy. Stop running at me. So weird. Sir, can you die faster, please? Please and fucking thank you. God, if you won't stop missing, where the hell are you? Sure, I got a ball, damn it. Oh my god. It's fucking horrible, man. He's trying to kill me, by the way. Can you stop, bitch? Oh, I'm gonna die. Fucking literally trying to kill me. Oh shit. Going faster, please. Oh my god. This Starfish gotta go, bro. This Starfish gotta go. Oh my god. Why are they trying to turn a star into people? You don't need people like you. Those stars be stars. Oh my god. I'm never using this stone. I hope you know this game. Fuck off. You know what you need here, Ghost Folk. I swear to fuck God, if you don't shut up on Ghost Pokemon. These battles really take it out of you, huh? I know we're gonna help these poor Pokemon and stop their suffering, but geez, don't let up. They don't let up with these super fierce attacks. All that running around dodging leaves me absolutely starving. You think Lumios's restaurants might have started all this as a plot to bring in customers? Nah, that'd be wild. Imagine if it was a fucking Illuminati restaurant situation. Oh man, I am very much glad that is over. That made me very uncomfortable, and I never want to see that thing ever again. Thanks, I hate it. Game Freak, what the fuck were you thinking? Oh, shut up. I'm not becoming a ghost. You're going in the house, and I'm staying in the outside being a passenger princess. You invited me. That didn't mean I had to be like actually like there doing shit. I'm not hosting. I'm not putting my shit in. I don't care. I need a Pokemon freeze after that. Bro, I need a Pokemon bleach cleansing. What I need. I need a Blastoise to just fucking hydro pump my eyeballs, please. Fucking thing can't hurt you, alright? Sure fucking can. Hurt my fucking eyeballs. Made me very uncomfortable. Fucking definitely hurt me there. Well, at least the last one's Tyranitar, and that's bad. Alright, let's see. Do we want to go against Tyranitar? Or we want to complete some more questy westies. Kind of need Q to get on so I can fucking trade with her. I need to finish that mission. Fuck it. Seek out Tyranitar. Almost at rank A, so I'm pretty sure the game ends after that. Or it gets pretty close to me after that. That star hurt my soul, my dignity, and my ass. True. That star just hurt me. I'll never financially recover from this. I'm never gonna financially recover from this. It's Tyranitar. Here's our likely soon to be Mega Evolved target. Tyranitar, the armor Pokemon. Good research, huh? As you'd expect from the name, it possesses impressive defenses. This might be maybe a long fight. But my Scrafty should do well against the Tyranitar in terms of type matchups. In any case, this Tyranitar needs our help, so we'll simply have to do it. Concentration of Mega Power in your vicinity is rising rapidly. Warning, Mega Evolution, Mega Evolution, blah blah blah. I'm ready to handle it. I bet you can handle this on your own if you had to, but you can count on Scrafty to be thrown. That music, though. If you ever need to go flaccid quickly, just become Mega Stormy. It looks like a charm, I'm told. Why the fuck would I ever want to go flaccid quickly? And also, why the fuck would I want to think of Mega Stormy in order to go flaccid? That's a weird statement, friend. Are you okay? Got him. And of course all the work for the outside. But man, you really just tried to drop boulders on my head. Why are you coming at me, man? Stop aggroing me for boulders. I don't like the fact that my attacks are going through. Or that it's taking forever to register. That seems like an issue. Oh my god, Earthquake, Sandstorm, what else you got for me? Holy shit, bro. Holy schizoschism. Ooh. Holy schizo Batman. See, it like takes a minute or two to register my attack. That's weird. Fuck. About to do, but I don't like it. Oh shit. Mega Knight, we're gonna move! Damn it, no. My brain didn't need to know how to get flaccid. True. Asher, I need some of that bleach and a memory wiper. I need a neuralizer. Look into the flashing light. Sir, did you miss the shot? Did you literally fumble the ball? Get your ass. How do you fumble a hydro pump that badly? Come on, my guy. You're in a trap. Get out. Kill him or what? Oh shit. Trying to game on me. Get him, Bunny. Fuck him up. That's my girl. Tyrannosaurite. I was right, it was Tyrannosaurite. One of the right even serious mega stones, the Tyrannosaur holding the stone will be able to mega evolve during battle. I just have to evolve my Pupitar to a Tyrannosaur. All these wild Pokemon gathering in Lumiose in this mega rare evolution. I'll be relieved when you can finally figure out the cause and put the mysteries to bed. Back to Hotel Z we go. Completed all the missions. Remaining Pokemon at risk of undergoing Mega Evolution. Let's go. We have stones I should go buy though. Where's Quasar to go? Now that I realize it's called Quasar, Tico. Okay. Yes, I streaming. Not much, bish. Well, bish. Also, that design's pretty cool, bish. You're welcome, bish. Fucking idiot. I now have all current stones that need to be bought from this area. until they update it again when I go back to fucking Hotel Z. Ashelius is cool too, Vish. It's not Ashelius. Who the fuck is Ashelius? If anything, that would definitely not be the name of it. Be more like Ash Pugiko. Yeah, Ash Pugiko. I think it's the mixture of Asher or Pico and Plague all together. Stop flying. It's weird. I don't like it. You missed it. We went against my sleep paralysis demon. It was as horrible and horrendous as you would think. I love how it cut off and sounded like Ash Poopy. Ash Poopy. Poopy Ash. Ash Poopy. There's my stone for you. There it is. And I meant to actually hit the button. Cool job. Good. Cool beans. Love it here. I sure don't. Imagine? I know, right? Imagine things actually working properly. Crazy. Yeah, I know you still want to fight a Mega Metacham. I'm still working on it, homie. Alright, which ones do I need? Abomasnight, Garchomp, Kangaskhanite, Steelite, Blastoisinite. Could get Kangaskhanite. I do have a Kangaskhan. I have multiple Kangaskhan's actually. Let's go. We got 45. Almost level 43. Let's go. It means we're almost there. Getting so close. Inching closer and closer. Of course, Dawn had to show up. I didn't go to a battle zone because I didn't feel like it. Fight me, bitch. Sell my items. Buy my shit, mama. Give me money, mama. Did I get Metal Coat yet? I feel like I should have got a Metal Coat by now. Apparently I did not. When the fuck do I get a Metal Coat? Stop DMing me while I'm streaming. I can't focus on the stream. I hate when people try to DM me while I'm streaming. Leave me alone. You see, I'm streaming. Leave me be. I don't want to have a conversation right now. I'm focusing on my game. I got sure everybody. If you DM me while I'm streaming, I'm ignoring you. Alright. Go to Hotel Z. Rest up for the night. And then hopefully tomorrow we'll have our next mission. Which should be that, yeah. We should be going to rank 8 tomorrow. Are we having croissant fucking curry again? Let the gremlin play his game. Damn fucking right. I didn't turn the volume on this though. I'm gonna fight you. Okay, I want to hear the game. I'm turning the music down. Yeah. What part of I just said that I'm ignoring DMs right now because I'm playing my game did you not get? Yes, it is, my young friend. Not relevant. Not important. Game come first. I am a streamer. I am streaming. I don't DM you while you're streaming and interrupt your stream, do I? No. You keep saying we need to find the strongest Mega Evolution user. But how do we determine that? Like, how do we know which trainer is the actual strongest? That is up to Floette to decide. What do you mean? I mean, that will require the greatest Omega Evolution users to handle Floette's true power. For the moment, let us simply be glad that all you continue to succeed in calming rogue Pokemon. But do we know how Floette would even decide who's the strongest? Maybe it's got to be a Pokemon trainer that Floette thinks she could rely on. Well, that must be Asher. Says who? Says me, bitch. Well, my next match has been decided. Ooh, this mystery progression. Mystery man. There's promotion match. Opponent announcement for trainer rank B. Your opponent for your next promotion match has been decided. You are to face Trainer Grisham, rank B. The trainer who wins will be promoted to rank A. About that time, so it's finally time. You're closing in on rank A now, the very top of the ZA Royale. Just one question. Who the heck is Grisham? Does anyone know? Odd that they've just made it to rank B but managed to keep their face secret. Some folks prefer not to show their face in their profile photo. They want to keep their daily lives and their ZA Royale activity separate. Some people register under pseudonyms or nicknames too. That's true, but still. How are you supposed to find them to have your promotion match? You have to wait for them to find you, I guess. Risk things getting worse for Prism Tower? No way, we can't just sit back and wait. So that's Vinny. I have a feeling you wouldn't just offer someone's personal information like that. Maybe Emma could help, though. Let's head to the Looker Bureau and Asher and try to find out more about Grisham. The hell was that? Just because I could doesn't mean I want to, dummy. Looks like the competition to see who hits rank A first has begun. Who joins the ZA Royale under a false name? There are some strange people out there. The strongest Mega Evolution user. Another role I should have fulfilled and yet failed to. Floette's mocking him. She's like, yeah, you suck, bro. Get wrecked. That is crazy. I mean, wouldn't it make more sense for me to get the ticket and go talk to Emma? Because then, like, I could just knock two birds with one stone once I find out who he is. Eh, whatever. Let's just go to Emma. We're gonna go be a looker at the Looker Bureau. You know what I'm saying? Get wrecked, word. Word. Oh, hey, buddy. Glad to see you too, Mimi. Hello there, what can I do for you today? If this is about your case, I've narrowed down the list of likely candidates by looking at people who came to Lumios in the last few years. Thanks, Emma, but it's actually another missing person we're here for today. Another missing person? Alright, let's hear it. We need to find Asher's opponent for his next promotion match. Do you have a name? Grisham. I know the name. One of the top ranked trainers in the ZA Royale, or so I've heard. I can give you the information you need, but this knowledge could potentially put you in danger. You still want to know? Of course you do. I figured you'd say that. Okay, I know what to do. Uh-oh. I'm in trouble now. If you beat me in battle, I'll tell you what I know. Come on, let's head outside. Days, though. Anyways. Of course I gotta beat you in a fucking battle. What else fucking do? Everybody wants a battle all the time. God damn. Can we ever just cuddle and kiss and make sweet love to each other and not battle? That'd be great. Especially you, Emma. Make sweet love to me. What? You should know Emma's just... No, really. I've already beaten her like 3 times before. Okay. She's too busy for the ZA Royale, but she get a top range for sure. Are you ready to battle me? Of course I'm ready to battle you. I've already battled you before. I'll be using Pokemon that were given to me by a man who's played an important role in my life. Malamar, everyone, let's go. Oh, did we finally get to see Mega Malamar? Join Detective Smash, the only battle I commenced is in bed, yo. I mean, what? You don't would you take it back now? Alright, you wanna go? I forgot my attacks already. Dumbass. Good job, La Bunny. That's why you're the thick queen. Alright. Guard. Get quicker. Thank you. Who's next? Oh, La Bunny. I'll use my La Bunny. You know what? Perfect. A fireman ass. You did. Alright, Malamar time. Pokemon and I aren't alone on my old mentors have our back in spirit. Let's see it, girl. I've not seen this one yet. Oh my god, it's Cthulhu. What the fuck? Why do you look like... Oh my god, I can't. What is that head? He got Mega Brain, Mega Mind. It's fucking Mega Mind, yo. He looks like one of those futuristic space people. Oh my god, he one-shotted that motherfucker. That's crazy. Alright, Malamar, you overpowered piece of shit. I can't tell if that's his hair or brain. Good thing those old guys aren't here to see this. That's crazy. He's Mega Dong. Tell me what you know about Team Slayer. Enough. They're the group that caused all the trouble for Kalos 5 years ago, right? Exactly right. Their group is led by a man named Lysander. He disappeared 5 years ago, but now he's reappeared calling himself L. He's been spotted around town with a mysterious Pokemon. It seems suspicious, so I decided to investigate them, not for a client, just for me. But everything it's uncovered tells me that L hasn't been doing anything sinister at all. In fact, he seems to be genuinely trying to help save Lumiose. So it's not the Gold Guard we've got to worry about there, but rather the new... See, about 5 years ago, I had my own ties to someone who was involved in Team Flare. That's how I heard about what I'm about to tell you. Before Team Flare collapsed, they started making moves to ensure they left a legacy. Apparently, they tried a few different things, including making the expansion suit that I use. Another one of their efforts involved training up a new generation to carry on their ideals. Grisham was one of the young trainers that Team Flare taught. Though it's not clear if Grisham is even a real name or not. And now it seems Grisham is taking part in the ZA Royale, but why, to what end? There's no real saying for sure, not until I do some more digging at least. You know what? I bet Mabel at Pokemon Research Lab could tell you more about Grisham. Wait, wasn't Mabel part of Team Flare? Sorry, but that's not for me to say. It's up to Mabel to decide how much she wants to share. I could have sworn Mabel was one of Team Flare, because I remember seeing her before. I think she was one of the, what do you call it? Commanders or whatever? I don't know. I'll do some investigating on my own. You should go to the Pokemon Research Lab and see what Mabel says, Asher. I'm about to fight her, and I should probably go heal. Yeah, well, my Pokemon are down. They kind of got their ass kicked into them by that fucking Malamar, bro. Malamar likes to eat Malabars. Kill me now. Alright. I need to find a Pokemon Center. Should be one near her lab, if I'm not mistaken. I could have swore she was one of the Galaxy or the fucking elites of that team. Pretty sure I have to go down this way. Nope. This way. I was going the right way the first time. And the fucking marker was right in front of my face. I'm too dumb to see it. Derp. That's crazy, bro. Crazy. Let's go say hi to Mabel. That rat, that vile little man. Oh, Jesus. I can't believe that mayor. It's not my fault. We keep getting more wild zones. It is not even like I can tell him off, not when he knows I'm basically at his mercy. But it doesn't mean I should get worked into the ground. I'm marketing director of this place. Yeah, I think she was one of the fucking elite of the Team Flare. Her hair and outfit definitely give me the idea that making any progress on my research task. I don't know about Grisham. Grisham, could that be? Don't fucking act. Don't act oblivious, Team Flare. It seems you already know more about Grish than I would have thought. Tell me the truth, Mabel. You were part of Team Flare. Yep, I knew it. I don't remember who she was in Team Flare, but I know she was probably a commander or something. I remember fighting her in X and Y. I don't really mind telling people if they're really, really curious. But there are still people today who react badly if they even hear the word Team Flare, you know? So I don't exactly walk around advertising it, but I won't lie about it if I'm asked either. When everything fell apart, I got taken into custody along with the others, but I took a plea deal. So I got made acting director of this lab, easy to keep tabs on me if I'm so stuck here, right? My role in Team Flare also had me looking into Pokemon energy and on, so I don't hate the work. Sorry, I didn't mean for the sob story to spill out. You want to know about Grisham, huh? He was part of the younger generation in Team Flare. Everyone calls him Gris. It means gray. Like the color of ashes. He was pretty strong when it came to Pokemon battles, not that he got much chance to show off that skill at the time. I honestly don't know what he might be thinking now joining the ZA Royale, but if you've really got to know, you might want to try Nouveau Cafe over in the Central Plaza. You'll find out when you go, won't you? Sheesh, kid, don't take all the mystery and fun out of life. You're about to walk into a pretty sticky situation, but I'll be there to help you when the time comes. Don't forget. I still want you to keep up the research work, too. I knew she was from Team Flare. She looked so fucking familiar. I'm like, where is she from for this whole fucking game? My brain did not put 2 and 2 together till now. Did I ever... Yeah, okay, I did buy it and do that fossil already. Okay. It's all coming together. I think. Now I'm actually gonna check my DMs real quick. I fucking hate you. Why would you send me this? I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you've done this. Trying to get the magic, she needs the pillow talk method. Hey, yo. Okay, I guess we're gonna go here. Who I'm assuming is Griff. Wait. I know who. Oh, okay. I understand now. She is also a Team Flare member. That hair. Very familiar. The only good thing we've got to offer is our location. You here for any another nasty drink? If you'd like to order something, please speak to the young lady there. I'd like to order a meeting with Grisham. Well, isn't that this entertaining? Looks like you managed to find your next opponent. The Quiet Master Central Plaza's famed Nouveau truck is indeed just a front. The truth is, I'm one of the top-ranked trainers in the ZA Royale, the foremost trainer in rank B, and the boss of Team Flare Nouveau. Yes, you found me, Grisham, at your service. Oh shit, I found him. I got my own goals to achieve, goals that have brought me to the ZA Royale. Which is why I cannot let you defeat me. So it still makes little sense to you, however, shall I explain the whole thing? Grisham, you think this kid is with Az? You know this kid is with Az. There's no point even trying to explain it all to someone on Az's side. This is Gristle, one of my comrades in Team Flare Nouveau. Let's just take this kid down right here, right now, while we got the chance. Gristle, please do calm yourself. If our cafe is here to offer comfort to the masses, it's no place to start a commotion. Fine, I set you a location if you care at all about knowing the truth. Go there and wait. We'll close up shop and head over. If you'd be so kind, please check your map and find your own way. We'll meet you there. Oh shit, it's getting freaking crazy. Alright, well, first things first. I'm gonna wait for nighttime so I can get the ticket, and then we'll finish that. Also, I need more crystals. Because, you know, they're gonna add more fucking stones to the floor, I guarantee it. So many people I've never heard so much Team Flare shit. Didn't think Team Flare was gonna be back in this game, but yeah, they brought them all back. Last name there. I don't know who Gristle is, but I feel like she was probably one of the either a commander or one of the younger generation Team Flare. Damn, that sucks for you, lady. If you get off my screen with your weird ass. Oh, look, I gotta give a fuck, Keisha, about your old ass. The radio doesn't work. What radio? Audio, you blind fuck. What audio? Audio is working fine for me. Sounds like a you problem. I heard it just fine. I don't know. And at the end of the day, is it me hearing things the only thing that matters? I think so. But I'm not so there's there's just gonna be at least 20 wild zones by the time then. I'm just gonna go find a bench. I said that's never right toward the bench. I don't know why it's not working. Should work. Should be set to monitor and output, so I don't know, homie. That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem. That sounds like I don't give a fuck problem. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Probably because it says it's set to capture audio beta, and the capture audio beta doesn't fucking work properly. Means I'm not set to a different audio source, which is annoying as fuck, but whatever. Well, now I can say is try it again and see what happens. I added a brand new audio source. Hang on.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
Doesn't even show up on my stream. Oh wait, yeah, it does. You hear it now? If you didn't hear it now, I don't know. There's probably Tangia broken. I set it up a separate audio source and everything. Well, there you go. I fixed it. Took me like 3 seconds. Because I'm smart. You're dumb. Scared the shit out of me. Lol. That's crazy. Old lady scared you. That's crazy, man. So I found out good news today. Apparently they changed the A Royale fucking online mode. Why is there a random TV here? Oh, yeah. So anyways, they changed the DA Royale online mode so that you only have to get the rank S to unlock the next character, the next Mega Evolution Stone. And they also made it so that if you reach a certain rank in the VA, I think it's Y, you get the Greninja Stone on the next season. But you have to reach rank S to get the Chestnut one. Or no, Delphox. Delphox is the next one. Someone who isn't me. Hey. What brings you by this particular bench tonight if this isn't Shigumi? What a pet. I guess that's fair. Are you from around here? Maybe you can point me to someone else who might know it's Shigumi. I'm only here on vacation. Is that so? Man, I'm on a long ass vacation. You sure this is Goomy isn't your Pokemon? I don't know this Goomy. You know, it's not a big deal if it was is your Goomy, right? I should get to the bottom of this. Can't help but notice Goomy is real friendly with you, considering it's not yours. Okay, how about this? If this really isn't your Goomy, you won't mind showing me the Pokemon you're actually here with, will you? To be clear, I'm challenging you to a battle, kid. Let's see your team up close. What the fuck? Why do you want to battle me? Bro, can I live my life? Can I live my life for 5 minutes? Are you trying to battle me, bro? Crazy. Wild, even. It's a gay trick. I mean, what? My next trick. Nah, I should have stuck with a gay trick. Bye, bitch. Looks like who's attacked before he popped off first. Mine, bitch. At least I got no doubts about at all about how capable you are. Are you asking me to take the Goomy? Because I'll take the Goomy. You certainly put up a good fight, I'll give you that. Goomy, it says you have to wander off. Goomba. Got that bench all sticky, too. They're all cleaned up. Come on, Goomy, let's get home. That wasn't your Goomy after all then. I'm sorry, kid. There are so many wild Pokemon around Lumios these days. I'm feeling the pressure to head off trouble when I see it. I'm sure it's up with you to make it up for all the trouble. To evolve Goomy into its final evolution, you'll need to make use of Brain. With that, I'll take my leave. Thanks for bearing with me today, kid. Well, I already know that you have to make it room. Blah, blah, blah. They all want to fight me with their pants off. And I'm okay with it, but after a while. So. Too much fighting with her pants off, dude. Oh shit! I was supposed to go into the battle zone. What the fuck am I doing with my life? I like totally got sidetracked, and now it's like almost gone. Price left. Knock out a Punisher. Poison type moves. Poison type moves. Fuck, well, I don't know. I need to swap these guys every week. Not weak, but like they're not strong enough for shit right now. My North right now. Well, I mean, you know, Sludge Bomb. You're only level 46. I don't know what people up. When Asher appears in a poke battle, then pants be hitting the floors. Damn, that's crazy. Imagine. Imagine. Yeah, imagine women actually wanted me. Oh shit. Use water type. Dragonite's up to you. Hydro pumping. And do shit. You bitch. Beep beep. Still sticky. It's that time already. I thought you were an hour behind me for some reason. Motherfucker. 37's at 8. It's almost 9. 8 for me now. That's my time zone. Once I got my time zones mixed the fuck up, I don't confuse with it, whatever. Oh yeah, you're fucking central. Gay! He's in gay time, guys. That one. I can use charge it. Why did you just like jump out in the fucking middle of nowhere? That's crazy. Wild even. Oh. Fucking forest curse? That's a new attack. Wait. Oh, he just cursed on himself and killed himself, dumbass. Hippity hoppity, he's on my property. Yeah, right. Oh, I get 45,000. That's crazy. Oh, you're not gonna make it easy. You're dying for some fucking reason. Okay, well, I'm waiting to hear back from Q so I can see if we can get these trades off tonight before I start the stuff now. What's my challenges currently? Poison, sneak up. Okay. Oh, we can use a water type move pretty quickly. Come with a hyper pump. Dead. Ditch. I love how you just bounced right into your death. That's crazy, bro. Wild, even. Oh, no. I'm the fucking on over. I could have just used water. Oh, now. Finish it. Perfect. You brave bird and bitch. Good fuck. Oh wow, your Pokemon got safe. That's great. Motherfucker! Miss. Missed again. Missed that time. Okay. Shot. Buzz bomb, whatever. Oh. What? Where? Bug moves, really? Got him. Somebody come get him. Oh, not explosion. You bitch. You killed yourself. Not in a good way. You killed the poison hard. He's only one-shotting me. Okay, finish it. One shot. Come on. Go on you. Well, we're not finishing these cards. We're making pretty much possible. Give me shit. I don't have the ability to use. Contact moves I got. Ooh. Really? Okay, 2 down. And heal. Got the heal. There you go, Mega Ball, kill it. Whee. So that bumps look great on you. Oh yeah, perfect. Great. Poison now. Got it. Alright, nice. Okay, that's done. Alright, we need to level up. You know, we should be level 49. Mixing a bug type move. It's not even much. High enough level up to achieve it. I don't know what the level 50 megabeat though. Probably. Oh, fuck. Hey, one of you guys want a bug type move. I know that much. Not you though, apparently. Oh, motherfucker. Journey? Choose it. Such a ball for now. Better than nothing. Why are you poisoned again? You can make some. Oh, he's got curse. Fuck. Here, let me finish. Oh, hi. Jump from there anyway. There you go. I just said I have to land hit with it. Two hits so far. That's three. $69, nice. God damn it. You Jordan, you dick about it. Alright. You can make up all for you. Not picking my evolution, but okay, that works. Nailed it. Fine. Hit him with it. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it. Yeah. Finish this night, and then hopefully Q will be ready. Motherfucker. Whatever, bitch. Oh, she fell. That's back. God damn it, you look fucking flying type. little under halfway there. It's too late. Zone's been deactivated. Well, she did get them died though. Let me go back and lock up and shit. Get ass. What the fuck is this shit? Are you believing that poor Banhiri? It's weird. Don't like it here. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Goodbye forever. My planet needs me. I must go. My planet needs me. This. Oh, okay. Very important place for anyone in Team Flare, though now it is an empty storefront. No one has any desire to run to locations that are closely associated with such fruitful fruit. And since no one wants it, we've taken the liberty of continuing to use it as a base for Team Flare. Or more rightly, for Team Flare Nouveau. How do you know what about Team Flare, don't you? Of course you do. Good announcer to like you know about what Team Flare really was. So, which one of this kid is our enemy? He's nothing but an obstacle to all the goals we hope to achieve for Team Flare Nouveau. There's no point in trying to explain everything to someone like this. Just get rid of him. The world has not been kind of forgiving toward those of us who were part of the Team Flare. I'm afraid it's all too understandable. Sad though it is, that's hardened their hearts in response. It is that some. Oh, like Rizal here is done. My apologies. I'm afraid there's simply no stopping Rizal once she's set on the course of action. So, I mean, revealing your battle tactics to me before our promotion mask MSS, please, won't you grant Giselle the battle she desires? Yeah, sure, once I'm done trading. Save game. Play. Trade. Faraway players. I didn't give machines that, do I? But, yeah. Here's my alpha mature. I don't feel like half my boxes are like, I need to delete half my boxes. Oh, man. Chokes evolving. Now we got my champ. Let me trade my champ back. My alphabet champ. Take good care of my champ. Okay, I sure will. I sure will, buddy. Well, I have an alpha hunter. I thought I did. How do you open this? What? $15. I swear to God, I thought I had a fucking alpha hunter, but I guess not. Okay, I'll just trade this hunter, fuck it. You don't have a hunter? Really sent me a fur. So cancel for now. So I can throw a King's Rock on this fucker. Slow roll. I don't have scope open here. Saw him like a minute ago, but there you are, you fucker. Where's my King's Rock? What? I know I have a King's Rock. Where the fuck is it? I got it yesterday. You serious right now? I must have gave it to somebody then. What the fuck up? Oh my god, my King's Rock. You got the King's Rock. You don't need the King's Rock. Opo. Okay, I don't want to fucking have one. Wait. Okay, where are you now? I know your third spot down, top box. There you are. Oh yeah, I forgot to do. I gotta do Spritzy too. Shit. Didn't evolve, right? Yep. Other robots. I got an Alpha Slow King. Let's go. Ooh. He's such a weird Pokemon. Slowking. Go. Oh, fuck. Hey, let's go. You're full 43. Finally. Okay. Shithead. Okay. Alright, one more trade, and then we'll go fight her. Get that bitch shield. Spreadix. Oh my god, this girl got a shiny Sharpedo. I'm dead. Oh. That is the pinkest Sharpedo I've ever seen in my life. Why does it just randomly do that? What did I get? Fight matchup master, cafe regular, Mabel enabler, alpha wielder, big money maker. Oh, if I can make 3 million Pokebucks, I get the big money maker gold. Shiny collector, gonna get 10 shinies. Cafe regular, gonna go 20 times. Oh, they're gonna get another next upgrade after one more. Next upgrade after 34 more times. 100 times. Alpha wielder. Oh, this is a link battle shit. I don't care about that. Okay. So I completed that. You want to battle? Let's fucking do it. Them shiny 10 shinies, imagine. Damn bird love her shiny, don't she? She sure do. He said, I said, damn, you got all these shinies, I hate my life. She said, look, I was just minding my own business and I heard the chime. And I'm like, you lucky bitch. Not me over here grinding for this fucking shiny charm just so I can catch shinies. And she already got 2. And she's got shiny charm yet. It's crazy. Really? I'm playing. That's a race in the hole. I'll pull your ace, yo. Damn it. Give me that now. Sucker. Oh, great. Yep. All fucking. Got him. Get him, Charizard. Ow. One shot at me. That's crazy. For the mega? No, no mega. Okay. Oh, Christ, this man thing. Take yourself, girlie. Or not. You dead. Run. Need heals. So bad. Damn big dumb shit. Burblet. Ow. Yeah, she's gonna Mega Evolve him. We got to win this battle. We can't let anyone stand in our way. I haven't seen Mega Pyro yet. At least not this version. Oh my god, that whip. That whip hair though. I hate that. That's stupid. That was a poor design choice. I'm sorry. What is he supposed to be, Santa Claus? I lost. My Pokemon lost. That was all fun. I said not to watch from Team MZ's new ace, the one who seeks to save Lumio City. I'd say it's time for a little coffee break. Voila, one ember roast of our signature drink at Nouveau Cafe. Swear to God, you don't stop doing that shit. Actually, I perked up the Pokemon battle for us as well. Now that we're all feeling refreshed, allow me to teach you about the true history of Team Player and what it is we hope to accomplish. Please join us inside. I don't know, man. This seems sketchy. This seems sketchy. I read Lysandre's burning passion. That is what fills this Lysandre cafe. And here in this place, I'd like to explain to you why I chose the battle in the VA Royale. Should I begin with Team Flare? You see, the group known as Team Flare provided a place for people to come together and help one another, all to achieve a more beautiful world. However, our leader, a man named Lysandre, grew disillusioned with humanity over time. Fearing what the future might bring, he set his sights on a new goal to his own to reduce the number of people in the world. In the end, Lysandre made a truly foolish choice. He chose to use the ultimate weapon. You know about the ultimate weapon, which nearly burned the Kalos region off the map? That weapon was Az's creation. You may only see Az as the kindly figure who has provided you with a place to call home. But if he had never built something so horrifying as the ultimate weapon, then Lysandre would been driven to such madness, and we in Team Flare wouldn't have become society's outcast. And now it appears Az is out to save Lumios, relying on the support of your Team MZ. Honestly, it's laughable. My apologies, I imagine you don't know how to respond to such an unexpected outpouring. And of course you might not even believe a word I've said. That is why I invite you, Asher, to witness the truth yourself. How's that? You'll see. Open sesame? Oh my god, really? That's your keyword to open the door? Damn, we're balls deep on this lore. True. Beyond that door lies the former Lysandre Labs. It was a facility used for research in the days when Team Flare was still active. And it was down there that we learned Az's secret for ourselves. That is where we learned of the terrible weapon that Az created. You must see the truth with your own eyes if you are to fully understand how awful it is. Lysandre Labs was designed to be the labyrinthine, and of course plenty of wild Pokemon have taken over the place since it was abandoned. You might be done in before you ever get to see the truth for yourself. Of course there's fucking wild Pokemon in there that I'm not gonna go battle. Fuck it, let's do it. Let's do it, Chad. Let's do it. Damn, we're actually taking a fucking trip down memory lane. I figured enough time had passed before you two have gotten yourself into some trouble. Let me get you down, Lysandre Labs. If so, there should be an elevator right in front of you. You see it? You'll need an elevator key. There should be one lying around there somewhere. Bro, trip down memory lane. Let's fucking go. Dude, people are sleeping on this game. Like, say what you will about the graphics and shit, but dude, this is pretty fucking cool. Like, going back into the old lab just to discover the truth about the weapon and shit. Like, it's crazy. Or panel doesn't seem to be powered. You'll have to find the right power supply unit to get it up and running again. Okay. Oh, I think I found it. Switch it on. You pull down the lever and activated the power supply unit. I see. I mean, the warp panels are back to normal? Oh, they are. Lights are back on and nearby warp panels should work now. Nice! Yeah, warp technology. Time to go find us a key card. I think I found the key card. Oh, I also found a wild military. I'm gonna catch it. Got key card A. Oh, hello. You're still here. Okay, bye. Oh, got Dark Pulse. Hell yeah. We love us a good Pokemon move or two. Especially Dark Pulse, because it's really good for dark types. Yeah. Alright, we went that way. What's this do? Oh, Pokeball. Give. Oh, another Dawnstone? Hell yeah. Love having Dawnstones. Oh shit, can't go across there. Massive hole. Holier than thou, if you know what I mean. Forget it. I'm leaving. Okay, how can you still be trying to attack me? I'm not even near you. Weirdo. Okay. So let's head back and activate the elevator. Oh, it's that too, apparently. Oh, let's go. You tap key card A against the panel. Oh, door opens. I see, I see. Ah, key. Ah, key. Oh, hello. You're a sight for fucking eyes I didn't expect to be there. Oh, broke out. Great. Oh, secrets. Let's go. We love secrets. Oh, another noise on? Oh no, it's a Houndoom. Well, I kidnapped your son. What are you gonna do about it? Of course, seems to be a lot of letter B's written on it. Got it. Turn on the switch. Okay. Door doesn't open. I should be like, think you're mine now. We're having something like this later. True. They sure do be having something like this later. Okay, we've already been this way. Oh, found it. Lifeguard B. Well done. Finally. How are you injured? What the hell are you injured by? You know what? No matter. Oh, I think Flare Blitz actually does damage to him. Oops. Didn't realize. My man. Oh, yes, like the moment I'm a tang. Hang. Nice. Ooh, Metal Claw. Yeah, he's stealing Psychic, isn't he? Oh, we can evolve again already? That's crazy. Fuck it, get in the Metagross. Let's go. I got a Metagross already. That's fucking crazy. That means I can give him Metagross sight. Also gotta heal him. There you are. Damn, he's wrong, huh? Okay. The Iron Head, is probably stronger than iron core. Iron core, psychic level 70. Definitely don't want to teach him explosion. Brutal swing. So tackle. Chillin' earthquake. Maybe shadow ball. Just really gunk shot. Maybe. Nope. No gunk shot. That's fine for now. I need to pee though. I'll be right back. Ugh. And I'll have a bit of gross. Let's go. Okay, I'm back. Are you throwing shit at me? I don't even know if it works. Alright. I'm gonna try to get through a little more of this and then switch over to Phasmo. Because I'm enjoying the game right now and I really want to finish it. Or at least finish this part. Research. Wait, we can. No, we're not. Okay, now we're on the other side of this. Looks like we gotta go there. So maybe he's Metagross. What do you mean he's Metagross? Alright, switch. Switch back on nearby work panel. Should work now. Let's go. Thunderstone, nice. Alright. This one's taking us. A nugget. Very lucky. Such mediocre rewards. Instead of give me a super nugget. Or a big nugget. Whatever it's called. Oh shit! I'll fireball. You after me for, bro? Yeah. Back. Behind me. Got him. There we go. 5 key cards. C. Let's go. Alright. Oh, hello. Fine, die. Oh, you're not dead? I sure thought you were dead. Candy. Okay. This door. Check here real quick. Yep, good thing I did. Full restore, that was useful. I think we're almost at the end. Oh shit, that's a big Aegis Slash. Okay. They didn't give me a choice. I have to battle him situation. Wait, I beat all of them that quack? Quick? Quack? That quack! Oh, I couldn't even catch him. That's lame. Okay, nothing in here. Let me grab this. Whatever this is. Elevator key. Found it. Finally. At the elevator near the end. But first... like the nearby work panel should work. Hell yeah. One of the standing stones that line Route 10 all the way to the ruins in Geosenge Town. These stones apparently behave in a mysterious manner. Usually emit energy, but when the ultimate weapon is activated, that reverses. They then begin to absorb energy from Pokemon attached to them. Interesting. She's a teleporter. And back to the main area we are. Tap the elevator key against panel. Now use the elevator. Which floor would you like to go to? I didn't realize there was going to be 2 extra floors. But stuff down here, I want to explore. Oh, there was nothing. It was just one thing. I thought it was going to be more. I was wrong. Uh-oh. Hello there. Some of the machinery powered back on in response to your presence. Security check initialized. Possession of all key cards has been confirmed, commencing partial reboot of systems. System rebooting, voice guidance enabled. 4 files are available for playback. File 1, the device. File 2, the fuel. File 3, the legends. File 4, our shared dream. So what would you like to review? The device. The device that grants life. This device was created 3,000 years in the past. It was originally designed to restore life to a Pokemon that had perished. We have found the ultimate weapon buried in the earth beneath Geosenge Town. It has been well preserved. We believe we can have it operational with a little work. But we have not yet found the necessary key to activate the weapon. We believe Az should still possess it since he was the machine's creator. We must find him and capture him without delay. So I'd like to review. The fuel. The device that grants life, in fact, grants the deceased life stolen from other Pokemon. This is because the basic function of the device is to distill energy into its purest form, then emit that distilled energy. This emission can take the form of convection, radiation, or conduction. Thus, life can be conducted back into a Pokemon that had lost its own, allowing it to be revived. What then would occur if we were to fuel the device with the energy of a legendary Pokemon? Which file would you like to review? The legends. Kalos is said to have 2 legendary Pokemon. Xerneas, which represents life and rebirth, and Yveltal, representing destruction and death. The power to grant life and the power to steal life. These are mysterious abilities that even science has not been able to decode. What would happen to the world if we were to use such power to activate the ultimate weapon? Which file would you like to review? Or as the world grows wealthier, the number of Pokemon and people will continue to grow. And that growth will invite new difficulties. In time, life will fill every corner of the planet until no more life can be sustained. When there is only one of something, it cannot be shared. When something cannot be shared, it will be fought over. And when something is fought over, some must survive without it. The only way to create a world where people live in beauty, a world without conflict or theft, is to reduce the number of living things. My comrades and Team Flare, the time has come to lead the world toward a more beautiful future. Wait, Zygarde? Hi. Have you learned the secret of the ultimate weapon? How truly abominable it was? Az created that weapon. Then 1,000 years later, he also made a device that now dwells within Prism Tower. Zygarde seemed to wish that I come to this place. I have lost most of my memories, and yet this place does bring back something. What I remember most clearly is Az. When I spoke with him 5 years ago through the bars of his cell, I did not know his true intent. But I did learn of the device within Prism Tower. I set my mind on activating both the ultimate weapon and that device. But to activate the device required a certain Pokemon, one particular Floette. And there was no way to know where that Floette could be found. That led me to abandon my plans for the tower's device. But the ultimate weapon could still be activated using the key as carried, and so I did. There was an explosion, I remember that much, though I cannot recall the cause of it. Perhaps the weapon was incomplete. I was buried deep in the earth together with Team Flare's secret base. You're right here. Zygarde saved me. It worked to protect all living creatures in the area from the light raining down, the deadly light of the ultimate weapon. In doing so, Zygarde exhausted its own power. But at the weapon's activation, the device in Prism Tower awakened as well, sensing danger. Hey, Kurt. You are not new here. Now it has become a threat to Lumiose. It could fully lose control at any time. To stop the device and protect the city, Zygarde must regain its true power. It has given me a mission. Sooner or later, the tower will enter a frenzied state similar to Rogue Mega Evolution. The only one who can bring it back under control is Az's Floette. Yes, we need the Eternal Flower and a trainer who can draw forth her full power. This is the truth I know, and now you have learned all that those young people waiting in Lysandra Cafe wanted you to learn. Go and speak with Grisham and with Az, then do what must be done. Okay. Thank you. Well, that's a heavy fucking lore drop. Holy shit. Did you see Lysandre? He's still down there. To think that he is still alive. And yet he doesn't seem to remember us in the slightest. How could he just forget? It's all because of him that the rest of us, Grizel, there will be time for things, such things later. And you, Asher, you know how now know the truth of Az's sins. And so I make this request of you. Get Az's Floette and give her to me. You must see it by now. With Az's special Floette, we should be able to keep Prism Tower controlled. Everything we've learned points to that conclusion. We must stop the tower from going on a rampage if we were ever to achieve the kind of beautiful world Team Flare once dreamed of. And if we can be the ones to protect Lumiose, then people will finally see us differently. Do you understand? We were mere children born to those who chose to join Team Flare. And yet we too became pariahs in the eyes of society when Team Flare was disbanded. But we couldn't just leave Lumiose. The city is our home too, and we love it as much as anyone else does. The only reason Team Flare existed was to make Team Lumiose better, to make all of Kalos better. At Nouveau Cafe, we worked hard to provide coffee to those who have little else. And as we've worked there, we've also heard the voices of Lumiose's people. We understand the city better than anyone else. We know its people better than anyone else. So if you really want to face me in battle, you'll need more than just a challenger's ticket. You'll even need to be ready to hand over Az's Floette to me. I must become the strongest Pokemon trainer by battling my way through the A Royale. I must become the strongest Mega Evolution user. Then I will be the one to restrain Prism Tower with Az's Floette. Go talk with the rest of Team MZ and decide what it is you really want to do. It's time they all learned of Az's sins. Now go back to Hotel Z. Jesus Christ, man. Deep, dark, dank shit, my guy. deep, dark, dank shit, man. All right. I don't want to leave you on a cliffhanger, but I'm leaving you on a cliffhanger. We will continue the game tomorrow. Actually, no, we won't. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. 'Cause I would like to play Lone Shark. Try to get the new endings tomorrow for Halloween. And possibly some other horror games. So we might not actually do the rest of the game tomorrow. Maybe Saturday. But I'm thinking Saturday what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream. Because I do technically owe you guys a 24-hour stream for hitting 1500. So Saturday we'll start like early-ish and we'll just go all fucking day. And try to make like a 24-hour stream out of it. Tomorrow I won't be able to stream till about probably 3 or 4, maybe like 5. Because I gotta go get my car's tires fucking mounted and shit. Or maybe I can stream for a little bit before then, and then I'll just take a break and while I go pick up my sister from work or whatever, but yeah. So yeah. Tomorrow I gotta get my car tires done. So once that's done, I can come back here stream for a little bit and then go pick up my sister when she's ready from work. But I'm not ending stream or anything. I'm just giving you guys an idea of what's going on this weekend so you guys know ahead of time. So you can be here accordingly if you choose to be. But yeah. So that was the lore drop that we all been waiting for. And with that, we're gonna move on to Phasma once I save the game. Alrighty. Sadly, I want to keep playing. I'm not gonna lie to you, chat. I really want to keep playing. Oh man. I really want to keep playing, but all right. So the fuck is this song? Okay, just play regular music, bro. Yeah, I don't know what any of this Hollywood shit is. This right. Okay. We're gonna open up Phasma. Hey, hey. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye. I'm doing this tonight. I'm so excited. That's gonna be right, hey, baby, come on. Ooh, V-Roid added another update. Guess I gotta work on my models again. Let's leave, baby, come on. Know that I can't take no more. You out that door, baby, bye, bye, bye. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie, baby, bye, bye, bye. Famo? Why do you speak like that? Anyone the reason? Baby, come on. Alright. Are you with me? Nah, no Phasma. We're going back to ZA. I want to finish it. Imagine if I said that. That's crazy. But I had enough. I'm crazy, but it ain't no love, baby. Bye bye bye. I've had enough. I don't wanna be a fool in this game for two. I'm leaving you behind. Bye bye bye. Take your time. Well, I had enough. I know I go for you. Put another player in your I don't wanna be your fool. But it ain't no lie, baby. Bye bye bye. Take it tough. I just wanna tell you that I had enough. And I'm crazy, but it ain't no lie. Bye bye bye.
Hello.
Hi. Wow.
Hello.
Hi.
I still have your stream open and I heard you singing
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I like NSYNC. You got a problem with that?
No,
I
I
will
grew up
fucking
with NSYNC,
fight
okay?
you, bruh. Talk shit about my boys. Look, if you ever actually watched the documentary about fucking Backstreet Boys and NSYNC, you would understand how horrible they got fucking shafted.
No, they did, yeah.
Yeah, they got fucked over. Those poor kids.
I just finished my food.
Boy bands were such a scam back in the day, man.
I need my box so I can hide.
Wait, they're giving us free boxes? Where?
I hate ghosts. I hate this game so much.
Ah, that's not that bad. Demonologist is worse, trust me.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, Demonologist is way more fun. Just saying.
Demonologist still has a lot of bugs that makes it like really laggy though. That's the only issue
Yeah,
I have.
but thankfully, the developers have put out a post saying that there's a lot of work going into the game in the background, and there should be some new content coming soon, as well as stability updates.
That's good. I feel like for like a little bit they weren't working on it, but maybe because it may have like picked up more, maybe they're like, oh. Let's
See, that's the thing. They've been working on it. They've just been quiet about it.
Okay, they've been quiet about it.
Yeah, because they even said in their post, like, yeah, we've been kind of quiet. Our bad, but yeah, we just been kind of busy with shit.
Yeah.
I don't blame them. There's no point in putting out updates and stuff if you don't know, or if you don't have anything to update. So.
Because I do feel like their jump scares are better than Phasmophobia.
I think their ghost hunting is better too. Like the fact that like you can literally make a ghoul hunt you by cursing at it. That's some innovative shit, if you know what I'm saying. The Abaddon actually not attacking you as long as you're holding a cross, kind of cool. Better than the fucking demon. Because no matter what you do, these motherfuckers still gonna hunt your ass. But at least with the Abaddon, it's like, oh, I can hold out a cross, walk around the goddamn thing, do what I gotta do, and the motherfucker can't kill me. And then on top of that, the fact that they have the feature where you can actually kill the demon.
Yeah.
That's something Phasmo has needed forever. Because, like, I'm sorry, but just finding the ghost and then leaving is not really something that, like, makes me, like, super immersed. I'm gonna kill a ghost. I want to fucking exercise that bitch.
Anyway, so Phasmophobia, it really isn't about the exorcism.
Yeah, but it should
Because
be because it's more fun that way. Let's be honest. She's a lot more fun with the exorcisms.
yeah,
I mean, there's other ghost games that do the same shit though. Can't remember their names, but there's a lot of other ones that do it. There's even one with mutants called Inside the Labs or Into the Labs. It's kind of like Phasmo, only instead of looking for ghosts, you're looking for a mutant. You're trying to discover what the mutant is. Meanwhile, the mutant's chasing you and trying to kill you the whole time.
there is another one. I forget what it's called. Let me see if I can find it in my. I have the game. I just haven't played it in a hot minute.
That is not the one I was looking for. There we go.
Not Nuclear Nightmare.
Now I'm just
The
floating
Death
in the air.
Watchers is a Death Watchers is another good game.
I think that's the one I was thinking of.
And there's
It's that
Forsaken.
one where you're like a
Uh,
thief and shit. You gotta like go into the house and there's like demons and aliens and shit trying to kill you.
not in Death Watcher.
No, I'm talking about the. I was asking what game it was. Is that game that I just described? I have
I have
it. I
no
just
idea.
don't remember the name. Yeah, I'm too lazy to go look.
Forsake is another good game. Um, Ghost Exile is another good game.
Are we waiting for someone?
Nyatos.
You know, send a code.
The code is in the open chat.
Everybody always puts it in the open chat like I'm actually gonna look there. I'm serious. I never look at the open chat.
I always forget it exists.
Me too. I forget how to even access it half the time. I'm just like, where's the button for the open chat? I'm dumb.
Where else should I put it?
I don't know. You could
My
like
DM.
DM me it.
You know,
Bella, I put
thank
other
you.
things in
That's
my
what normal
DM.
people do. They
I
DM stuff to you.
not gonna lie. I may or may not have forgotten to download the game.
Oh lordy, that's crazy. You know what?
Download it.
Don't blame you. I may or may not forget to do a lot of things.
Oopsie.
Honestly, same. Yeah, to Bella, there's an Asher.
I need to fix my model.
Right.
He's floating on air.
Nice butt.
Hold up.
What?
I said nice butt.
Oh, my butt, weirdo. What's wrong with you?
Because wait, that is like the best feature
Damn
on
it.
this model.
What?
She is caked up.
That's why I use her.
Me too. That's why I complimented it because we're the same model.
I forgot to download the game. I'm the one who asked to play it, and I forgot to download it.
You did ask to play it.
Look, I ain't gonna lie to you. I almost didn't get off of fucking Pokemon Legends Z. Too much lore was dropped in my face, and I was like, I need more.
You should play it more.
Oh, it's so good.
Near the beginning.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying that.
Well, I was gonna say, if you want to get the Greninja and the freaking Fennekin Delphox stones, wait until November 6th. Because the online play is so fucking sweaty. But they changed it so that you can get the Greninja stone at rank Y, which is literally one battle.
Oh, damn.
And the Delphox one you can get at rank S, which basically you just got to complete like maybe 30 matches. Not even 30 matches, like 20 matches and possibly get second place. But I'm telling you right now, ranked play on the online mode, that shit's sweaty. Motherfuckers be ganging up on you. They'll freaking come at you, and as soon as they see your Pokemon's a type advantage over them, they'll swap their Pokemon right as you're about to attack and fucking kill you immediately with theirs. I'm like, you fucking sweaty bitch.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, they need to fix that shit. I only did it just to get the Greninja, which I now have to get the Delphox one. So, but the Greninja evolution is fucking cool. I love it. At first, I wasn't a big fan of it, but now I love it. Starmie's gonna give you fucking whole nightmares, though.
I've seen.
That thing,
Don't
I was
worry,
battling it the entire time. I was going, please make it go away.
It's nightmare fuel.
It really is.
Have you seen the Patrick edit?
The which one?
The Patrick edit?
Yes. And the one that freaking this dork sent me earlier with the goddamn woman's legs.
Oh yeah, that one.
Listen, that's funny.
I wanted to murder you. I'm not gonna lie. And I don't mean in Fortnite either. I was seriously contemplating coming to visit you with a knife.
Do it.
You probably would like that. Freaking knife kink lover.
I actually do not have a knife king, but alright.
Yet.
No comment,
Keyword.
No comment.
Let me find out. We ain't having a conversation about that though. I'm not into that.
I'm just going.
I don't like being
straight left.
I don't like being cut. It's weird. Fuck, what am I doing? What am I
Just
doing with my
going
life?
straight in.
What are you doing with your life?
Hanging out with you, apparently. I know, crazy.
Base, though.
Yeah, I'm pretty based.
I
Just
love
don't go
hanging out with the
I guess I just don't go to my Twitter. My Twitter is pretty fucking based.
Alright, wait. I'm going starting soon while I join the lobby.
My tower of wood.
Oh. So, who's bringing the shit this time? Because I am totally not doing that.
Oh, it's my stuff in the truck right now.
Okay, because I actually want to upgrade my goddamn things, and I'm so close.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard when every time I bring my shit, I lose all my money from dying. I guess we were playing on amateurs and she's new. Or is she not new?
I'm so new.
Hey, yo. Are you saying we're getting to pop your cherry? That's crazy.
I have 18 hours in the game.
Oh, so we're definitely popping her cherry. Let's go.
I hate this game so much.
We love popping cherries here. That can be taken any way you want it to. I don't care. I'm just goofing. Why can't I fucking change it? Oh, yeah, I can't change the difficulty because Icky has to do it. Duh.
It's not professional.
You're not making this poor girl do professional. She only has 18 hours in the game. What is wrong with you?
Yeah.
You're mean.
Okay, there we go.
I'll hold your hand. Don't worry.
No,
We'll make
can't
Icky
do it.
jealous.
No, I can't.
My title is quite literally hold my hand.
Like I said, I'll hold your hand. We'll make Icky jealous.
It's crying in Faz now, and then I have like all of you guys. And then hold my hand.
I have to add and go follow you, actually. Hold on. Because I'm brain dead.
So, if I hear the the death nose, nose?
Death Note?
If I hear the death noise, I'm closing my eyes. Fair warning, and I will cry.
Aw, poor thing.
Hi, Tara.
Low-key adorable.
You guys. You guys.
Fair chat.
Yeah, if you want to share a chat with me,
I will do whatever.
Do you like
Also,
any
I will
berries?
follow Bella.
I like your berries very much.
Dingleberry?
And I am happy that I get to help support the berries. Or the
You can hold my
melons.
berries anytime.
Hey, yo, melons?
Melons.
Power. Minute after minute. Hour after hour.
Asher.
What?
Bella.
What? What did I
Put
do?
the share chat.
Oh.
I need to do a share chat.
I'm working on something. Give me a second.
Oh my god, I love cheese.
Alright, I'm gonna go
True.
to scene.
Agreed. I'm spending most of our lives.
You guys are huge. Holy shit.
Gangsta's paradise. I mean, I do have a big personality.
And Bella's got the booba spot.
Yeah, I got big booba.
Noise.
Hello.
Why are you fishing me in Icky's chat? What the?
Why
I'm
not?
not.
Or am I being posed?
You and me.
Good soup.
No.
Arcane, thank you for petting Winston.
If
and
you don't
Dr.
go
Patrick
the fuck
Warm's fine.
away. Thank you.
You made me fish.
And
Oh, I
me.
completely misunderstood that.
There, I joined. Leave me be now. While my ADHD brain tries to figure out what the fuck I was doing. Oh, that's what I was doing. Holy Christ. Why are you fishing me? I ain't in there.
Arcane is making you fish.
I don't want to
Yeah.
fish.
You made me
You
fish.
caught an octopus, Asher.
I
So
caught
you-
autism? Damn. It's crazy.
Octopus. You caught the tentacle.
Nah, I heard autism. I don't know what you're talking about.
Uh,
I can't believe I got autism.
Don't worry, I can show you my shark collection.
I can show you my tentacle collection.
Bet we'll do that later.
Hey yo. I do have a love of tentacles, I'm not gonna lie.
Tentacles are nice.
Based.
Yeah, I'm pretty base. That's what everyone keeps telling me anyway. I'm just an unhinged idiot.
Arcane, why are you making Winston fish? I don't think that's the the chicken.
Do you use Tylenol as bait to catch tism? Yes, very much so, especially when I'm pregnant.
Oh my fucking god, Fern.
That was the best question I've ever gotten all day. You see that, chat? Be more like this person.
Arcane, chickens don't fish. They don't have hands.
What are you talking about? They have hands. That's what their freaking beaks are for.
They have tootsies with claws.
No, they have beaks. Their beaks are hands. That's how they grab stuff.
Their beaks are
Just like with ravens. Ravens grab stuff with their mouths. So it's their hand. Jackson.
Chat, observe the booty.
Da booty?
That
I wanna-
booty.
Oh, you're looking at my booty? That's crazy.
You're both the same model. I don't know who's.
yeah.
I was looking at your stream. You were definitely staring at my butt.
Yeah, that was Asher's fight.
My bad.
Hey, I didn't say no. I didn't disagree to it. I just said it was my butt.
Hi Bella, this is me.
Anyway,
Wow, look at these harlots over here. They're touching my generator.
Your generator.
Yeah, you harlot.
oh my god, she's showing ankle.
Oh my god, this harlot showing ankle informed the church of their misdeeds immediately.
Bella. Asher also plays generator repair sim.
I am actually very good at generator repair sim. I am a mix between make killer my best friend and or risk them, or loop them until they tunnel me out of the game.
Okay, we need to play Survivor together.
Hell yeah, bet. I'm always down for new Survivor friends.
I always consent to a hug.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you though. Lately, the game has been very fucking sweaty, especially on killer end.
Okay, but I love seducing ghost faces.
Oh my god, me too. I teabag. Dude, I have to show you a clip, okay? I have a clip of me and my friend chasing a nemesis who did not want anything to do with us. And I chased him around the entire map. Because I was like, come be friends with me.
I love befriending and seducing killers.
Actually, it was more like, don't run away from me, I will have you, you're mine. Yeah, that's the words I used.
Arcane hates playing with me because of that.
That's crazy. Yeah, see, it's funny because my friends usually die before I befriend the killer, and then they're all like, why didn't you do that before I died? And I'm like, bitch, I don't fucking know. It just happened.
See, she admits it.
That's crazy. I love DBD. DBD is one of my favorite games. Even if it is going downhill.
Generator repair sim.
You're just mad because you ain't good at it.
I love this model.
What model?
Your little gremlin model.
Model.
Little chibi.
Yeah.
Chibi BB. Oh, look, you're a shark and I'm a fish.
I'm just gonna twerk on Bella.
I'm twerking that.
Well, technically I'm a Dunkleosteus, but you know.
Still a fish.
Yeah, a big predator fish that lived in the Cretaceous period. I did my research.
What kind of shark this one is, but my main model is an epaulette shark. And then I have a lemon shark. And then I have another lemon shark. And then,
Yeah.
Oh, I have a new shark. Icky, I need to show you my new shark.
I'm
Shark?
I have a shark addiction, okay?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a mixed bag. I literally have a fox model, a demon possessed corpse model, 2 dragon siblings, and then the fish. and here's the kicker: I got another model that's gonna be a mesh of all 5 of them together as one character.
I have
that I'm currently working on. Sharks.
More shark. I have a blobfish.
Oh my god, I have to say that. That's cute. That's cute as fuck. Actually, it's horrible, but yeah.
Let me find her.
Blobfishes are ugly as fuck, but they're cool, kind of cute because they're ugly.
So the blobfish is like her head, like her hat thing.
No, it's funny.
Horrible.
I can't see it yet because of, you know, the stupid latency.
Can you send me a message so it's easier to send you pictures?
Oh, damn. Flying in your DMs already? Let's go. Let me stop.
I'm showing you shorts.
She's sliding in my DMs to send me shorts, guys. I don't know how to feel about this.
Sorry, you.
I'm gonna have to go ask. I'm gonna have to go ask Bao for permission. Sorry, I couldn't help it. I gotta be shady. Hang on. Nothing to worry about it. Twitter drama. Big streamer said stupid thing, and everybody's been kind of mocking him for it. Essentially.
That's correct.
Me. And I'm one of the people that mock because I'm a mocker. I'm petty.
Where is my blobfish?
I is a petty bitch.
Blub, 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 blub.
Oh, that reminds me. I need to go see how my friend Fang's doing. Speaking of petty. One of my pettiest friends. But we love her.
Dang, you caught Satan.
I like your flow. My body's banging. Out of control. Put it on me. Feeling to flow. Only you can make me scream and beg for more. Sorry, I'm probably gonna sing a lot. I like singing.
Me as well.
5 stream streak. That's crazy.
I had 5 streams in your stream.
Your stream, goober.
Those are 3 of my designs.
Alright. Hot. Hot. And also cute as hell. I like the third one, really. Oh, I like how the pants kind of look like water ripples.
Yeah, it's such a pain in the ass to rig.
Yeah,
I hate my decision.
but I definitely like the second one. It's definitely gives off I don't know why, but ever since recently, I've been like in love with the idea of having like the fucking hair color being like one color on the outside, and then on the inside it's just like a highlight of the color or another color inside. I don't know why, but I'm fell in love with that design, and I'm trying to do it on my 3D model, and it's very fucking difficult to do on a 3D model. Yeah, you're like me. You have like fucking 10 different models for different occasions. I have 70 like 3D models. It's not even funny. I'm always upgrading them because I have no life.
I really like sharks, okay?
I really like making pretty models. That's why I have a fox girl, a demon. Are you like
I'm
caging me?
an addict.
Yeah, I feel that. I haven't been on Region in a while, but I got a couple things being cooked up right now. New friends. I'm actually getting an art piece of my new idea that I kind of threw into a thing in dinner made. Still trying to figure out how to mesh the fish part of me in there, though.
So, I have 92 completed commissions.
Jesus Christ. I think I have like 20. But then again, if I go on fucking Fiverr, I probably have like 40 or 50 fucking commissions on there.
At least you are one artist, though.
Oh, yeah.
Kitty, my wife. Hello.
My friend my friend Q, I've given her 3 years of commission work since I met her, and she's done pretty much all of my art that has currently been, or that I own for any of my models. 9 times out of 10 is from her. I think the only artwork I got different was a few on VGen, but the rest have all been her. And she's probably drawn like 60 different images for me. So, yeah. I love her art. She does great work. I can send you some. Let me see. I moved all my files recently.
I'm getting some artwork done from Maybe.
Noise.
Yeah, I'm getting some Winston emotes, and she's doing a chibi for me.
Hell yeah.
I got an art piece done for Halloween, but I think I posted it already. I can't remember. It was me and
That's mine.
me and Grem the Reaper in the back rooms, which we still actually have to play the back rooms game.
SFW. Alright.
I think maybe you bought me the back rooms. I haven't played it yet.
Well,
I'm a chicken.
if you're talking about inside the back rooms, I'd be down to play it. Wait, no, not inside. Escape the back rooms. I don't like inside the back rooms.
Yeah, I think it's Escape the Back Room.
Escape the back rooms is fun, and they actually added more content to it recently. I played pretty much through each content drop. Whenever they added more content.
Here's my issue. I have mazeophobia, so maze-like buildings, I panic a lot.
So what you're saying is you have a fear of liminal spaces.
Yeah.
Because that's literally all it is liminal space.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. When it comes to backrooms games, you basically just go right, and you usually find where you need to go pretty quickly. And a lot of them are pretty self-explanatory. Like, they're not that hard. There's only a couple of them that are like really confusing. The first couple aren't that bad. Where the fuck are all my pictures?
As long as there's not a clown in there, I'll be okay.
Well, you're shit out of luck. There's a clown in there.
Is there really?
Yep. He's got a hammer and he tries to wallop you while you have to flash a flashlight at him to keep him away from you for like 10 minutes or a couple minutes while the ride is coming down for you to ride it out.
That sounds like you're making it up.
No, it's actually something that is in the game. Right now. Of course I need fucking nitro. Kill me. Why would I make that up? It makes no friggin' sense, bro.
Why would you make that up?
What? Why would I make up there's a clown in the game just to make you not want to play it if I just told you I'd play it with you, you dork? you use logic there. Use actual logic and think about that real quick.
Be welcome in.
Oh my god, apparently my files are too powerful.
Oh damn.
I'm about to just get the 3 days of nitro with my points called a day. Don't worry about it right now. You know, we could have probably played like 2 or 3 games while we're waiting.
Yeah, we can play one if you want.
Well, now I'm trying to send pictures to
Hold
people.
on, hold on. And I'm trying to check on Angel.
Oh, okay. So this one my friend made. This was for last Halloween with another friend that I no longer really talk to.
You need to hydrate.
Maybe there was a flood today. Are you okay? Is everybody okay? Were you home? Did you stay home?
Do you stay home? What?
Yeah.
That's a question.
Maybe it was. Why is that a question?
Something. just a weird question to ask somebody, I guess. I don't know.
It's
There's a
flooding.
You stay home.
Yeah.
Like, I would hope
that's
so.
basically- But they did not. They had to go babysit.
Okay.
Those are my LA sharks.
This one.
It's a shark.
This one.
Oh, Icky drew that one for me.
Which one?
The Gundam one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I literally forgot how many freaking images I have. It's crazy. Let's break it down. It's crazy. It's all from one artist.
And then train stopped because the trees broke and hit the train track. Oh.
All right, these are all the ones that my artist queue have made for me, and that's just some of them, not all of them. But yeah, I even did the booba trend.
Surprisingly, I didn't.
Honestly, I just kind of thought as an idea to like fucking say, hey, I'm gonna have my artist go ahead and like, oh, I like that one. I like the Anka one.
I like the book that you used.
Yeah. That's cute. I like the Halloween looking one too. And the mummy one.
I like the last one.
Oh, that's actually my old character, Ash. That was before I made her into Aurora. And then, as you can see, my characters have evolved a lot.
Arcade, why are you having me fish? I don't understand it. Why?
Because you ain't
Why
doing
you
fuck
doing-
else. God damn it.
I'm letting my friends become friends, okay? That's doing something.
We were already friends before you even brought us here. We already knew we were gonna be friends.
We get along well.
Exactly. I also have some other art, but that's for another time.
I did some art for you too.
No, I'm talking about. Never mind.
Of the spicy?
Yeah, art of the spicy variety.
Yeah, we don't need to. We
We-
don't need to look at how many I have.
Well,
Let's
now I
stop
can't.
today.
Well, damn. Do you want to share spicy? I'm down.
Hold on. I'll just do that.
Oh, great. That's a great name for your server there, huh?
I'm not the one who set that up, actually.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
The shark horny hell. It wasn't me. It's pretty damn descriptive, though.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, nowadays, who isn't fucking horny all the time?
Kay Lair is getting art of me and her done.
I get bored and just go fucking whack it. So many children have been wasted because of my boredom. Hey, I'm just honest. I ain't got no shame in my game, baby girl.
I canonically now have a tail, and I'm happy about it.
I love that for you.
Anymore, tearing up my heart when I'm with you. And we are
I know we
apart.
get Irish like you, Icky.
Oh, this is my of course it's too fucking big to send. Fuck me off.
Fact is, I wish.
Okay,
too,
this one I
wish
can
there was
send.
something to spend gold on.
This is my current project that I'm working on. That's the one that you see the in the Fugi. As you can see, he's a fish.
I like.
Yeah. My friend did a lot. My artist did a whole hell of a lot of work. I gotta get it. I'm trying to make a 3D version of it right now, and then I'm gonna commission someone to do the actual like art and rigging for that one at some point when I have money for it, which may never happen. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I don't have a lot of that kind of art, but I have a couple.
I shared my Halloween art. Hi. Hi.
You want a trick or you want a treat?
There's an angel. There's
Hi,
an angel.
Angel.
Hi,
Hello.
Angel.
I hope you enjoy your game.
Oh, I can
Anyone
show you what my recent artist made me. Oh, you'll like this one.
love you, hon.
No matter what I do, I feel the same. But without you, thank you. When we are apart, I feel it too.
I
No
love
matter
you.
what
Very
I
shark.
do, I feel the pain. But without you, what I do, I feel the
I have
pain.
0 points.
Without you. Sorry, I got way too into that song. What happened?
Let Beyonce be here.
Beyonce.
Yeah.
Why we disappearing though? Texas.
Because he can. I don't know where the fuck it went. I was only just looking at it a minute ago. Whatever. Not important. But yeah, there's 2 other ones that I got made recently. I had to find my other Halloween art. It's really pretty. Wow.
What?
Imagine.
Hi, Nyatos.
Hello.
Guys, Nyatos is here.
No, can't prove it.
The Nyatootsies.
No.
Guys, Pissman is here.
What now?
But whatever happened to Dad? Huh?
Did you just say Piss Man is here?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it can't be any worse than Shondo. Admitting that you pissed yourself on fucking Twitter. Like, the fuck does that?
Who the fuck has it?
I've never admitted to pissing myself in any way, shape, or form. That is stupid. Why you would do that online is beyond me. That's asking to be fucking embarrassed. Embarrassment kink much.
Are you shaming someone that would have an embarrassment cake? Isn't that just getting them off?
Yeah, that's the point. That's the entire point, you know? I shame them, they get off, everybody wins.
Nice to meet you, Asher. Hi, I'm Knight.
Hi, this is how I meet everybody. I just say the most unhinged shit and people enjoy it. I don't know why.
I don't know what you mean. This isn't unhinged at all. This is just a normal Thursday night.
My entire life is unhinged.
After all, we have Bella.
5 minutes ago, we were talking about fucking art, and then swipe the art with Bella. We were talking about pissing ourselves with fucking nights. It's just a typical Thursday night for me.
Just a typical Thursday night, yeah.
Look, I can't help it. Icky's here.
We all know you down bad for them ravens.
I
Yeah.
Ravens with not blue-footed booba. Just
Mm.
regular booba.
The regular booba best booba.
You know what? Blue-footed booba is the best booba, I'm sorry to say.
Kill me.
Listen,
Naya
I'll
is
kill you
trying to
however
kill
I
me.
wish.
I do prefer the blue-footed boobies.
I am a
God, don't kill me.
Damn, nobody likes dragons, I guess.
I love
Dragon
dragons.
You like
If
dragging
you
these
look
nuts
at
across
the-
your face? Hey, got him.
Bet, sign me up. When and way.
Hey, yo.
I mean, like, if you look at the art I just sent you, that's me and a dragon lady.
I cannot wait to see it.
Yeah.
I was
Kid
gonna
Larry
say,
did art of that.
yeah, but not the kind of dragon that I am, so, you know, not the same.
Do you want to see Naito's?
Definitely.
But yes, just tell me like what kind you want, Icky, and I'll order it.
Okay.
Damn, I
just-
want art now. Got me all,
What do you mean that there's an
got me all
overlap?
wanting art with people again. Damn it, I hate it here. All right, come on, let's start the game.
I'm going to punch something.
Why?
Can I help you?
You'll be asked.
Can I punch it too?
Yeah, help me punch it.
All right,
you
bet.
send us here.
Wait, I didn't
Okay,
pick Grafton.
Well, anyways, I'll be in the.
Oh man, that's crazy. It's all right. I'll take one for the team.
Naito's, the curse is broken. Is no longer the Grafton that killed you.
I'm still working on OBS. Hold on.
Take your time.
Also, we've got 2 Icaruses now. I'm kind of scared.
Do we?
Yeah, we're using the same model.
Oh, I don't even remember what my model was. I was too busy staring at Bella's. Too busy staring at Bella's butt.
So Bella Doobie got a nice booty.
Bella got that cake.
That's because my chat makes me do squats.
Damn. Do more.
They love making me work.
I mean, yeah, that's usually how it goes. You gotta work for that money, you know what I'm saying? Gotta work for it. Twerk for it. Make them twerk for it. What?
I'm so worried for something that I decided to do.
Oh god, what is it?
I ordered a heart rate monitor.
Oh, that thing? That ain't no thing. I have one.
Yeah, but I have a heart issue.
Yeah, you know what's funny is like I have a heart rate monitor, and 9 times out of 10, as soon as I put it on, that shit says my heart rate's at like 114, and I'm like,
Yeah.
bitch, how? It's like I think I'm going to die, Chad. I'm not even doing anything yet, and I'm going to die.
I think the ghost is downstairs somewhere. I just don't know where.
Have you checked temperatures?
I'm checking cameras.
Well, I'm already doing that, and there was nothing downstairs, so I would check temperature.
No, it was doing
Hi,
an
Tom.
event somewhere, and it was messing with the camera.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Bella,
Yeah? What'd I do?
you know what the drink of the night is?
Is it aloe?
No, this time it's watermelon water and pineapple.
Ooh.
Damn, that's crazy.
Pineapple Doritos.
It's a shart.
A what?
They say, well, look here, look what we have here, a shart. Oh, fucking autocorrect. Well, I mean, it ain't wrong anyway. And I'm like, damn, that's savage. That's some shit I'd say.
I missed you.
Oh, Marvin, what are you doing, Bubba?
Imagine being missed. Could not be me.
I forgot to grab stuff from the van because I was trying to fix shit.
Speaking of shit, I'm just gonna-
Okay, I did turn the power on, so if anyone has a thermometer, that'd be great.
I've got a thermometer now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You want to check my temperature rectally?
You know, I just thought
You're a
to myself,
cold-hearted
I
bitch.
shouldn't make that joke.
Oh, yep, it's in here. I just got a fucking spooky orb or mist.
Oh, hi, bitch.
Icky, where are you? It's hunting! Or not? No, it's not.
It is not hunting.
Wait,
I did find where the ghost is.
where the hell are you?
Right here.
I was just in here. Wait, hold on. Okay, now it's hunting. Or not. Nope, it's hunting. Well, I'm dead. Icky, view a human shield. Never mind. Oh, she was my human shield. Let's go. Hi.
Oh my god.
I
Hi.
did.
Death
I
became
did
her.
get a photo. I got a photo of the ghost though.
I hate this
Not
already.
pretty though.
We haven't gotten no evidence yet, which is crazy.
No.
Not
But
pretty.
I have a crucifix in this room, so I don't know why it hunted.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I think it might be the twins.
It could be.
Because
But,
when you found the room, I also found the room. In a different room.
Okay, the room that I found is.
I just took sanity pills because, yeah, it's dropping our sanity really well.
Go by this camera. Go by the camera. Yep. Now walk
Ugh.
straight. It's gonna be this room to the left. That's where I found it. Yeah.
Okay.
This is where I found it. The temperatures were dropping down here.
Bye, Tom.
I have a crucifix up here.
So, folks. Oh, I had it laid on me the whole time. Okay.
Crucifix is up here.
Yeah, I'm thinking it might be twins because I got a spirit event or a ghost event in the room adjacent to the room you were in.
Also, there's a totem. Come push it. Come click on the totem. Click on that.
Take a
totem.
picture of it first.
No, but I've already taken a photo of it.
Oh, well then just grab it, yeah.
Don't worry, I got you, boo boo. I got you.
Who's Boo Boo? It's hunting again.
Oh, fuck.
Is it hunting?
Yes,
Yep.
it is. It killed Bella.
It killed
I
Bella.
got audio in the bathroom, and then it killed Bella.
How dare you?
Booty, 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 booty. Hi.
I don't think she
You are
liked that very much.
brave.
You were a big brave girl.
Is that EMF 5?
I
Was it?
teabagged your booty, and then I gave you a kiss.
EMF 4.
Where are you?
Thank you for teabagging me. Ricky.
That's where you are.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
thinking.
bathroom or hallway. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's either the twins, like
Motherfucker.
said,
It's
or
the
it's
twins.
demons.
It's gotta be the twins. Because mine and your sanity were really low when I walked back out.
Leaving is insane in this economy, like, honestly.
Like literally, I have no sanity. That shit drained the fuck out of my sanity, and I just took sanity pills.
I also had no sanity.
Also, we got EMF 5, so
You saw like 3 dead bodies, to be fair.
Yeah.
true.
And you were like, weren't the cause of them, so. Pretty spooky.
So, we have UV in there. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna take one more. It's the last time I'm going inside, so.
Or Bella's gonna come cuddle with me, and I will keep her safe.
Damn, that's crazy.
Oh,
What?
Hi.
I'm so dumb. I thought you meant like IRL.
Bet, on my way, girl. On my way.
Alright, I'm putting myself inside a cardboard box.
No,
Let me.
I was checking
That was
to see
fucking good.
If I had left a light on.
Oh my god. Adorable.
I will go re-up my passport.
Where are you?
Fly out tonight, and I will go cuddle with Bella.
How old are you?
I mean, I still have not renewed my passport. I should probably get on that.
Really?
Yeah, I need to renew my passport.
Oh, like,
Ain't no way you hunting again, bro. I'm leaving. I hate this guy. I'm pretty sure it's the twins.
It's only a 4 activity currently.
What's my sanity at though?
72. Because I feel like it hunted pretty early on.
It really didn't though. And I'm pretty sure with both of our averages being below 30, it still would have averaged out to about 50%. So yeah, we definitely got EMF 5. It's coming from the bathroom, which is weird.
I'm
The
so
hallway,
lost.
at least, is where it was.
Or no.
for me.
Where the fuck is it coming from? It's right here.
I found the outside.
Oh, that's EMF 3. So I don't even think we got any fucking EMF. Yeah, let me try it out here.
I getting cool vans lately? Yeah. This van's pretty cool.
Unless this ghost is moving. I don't know, man.
You got any candy?
4.8.
Yeah, I do actually.
Oh, hell yeah. Can I have some in the van?
Yeah, you want some Twizzlers? Come here.
Yeah, I want Twizzlers.
Okay. I also have Welch's fruit gummies. And
Damn, y'all just sharing snacks while I'm out here dying for the cause. That's crazy.
And
Oh,
I
hey.
have
I feel so unwanted.
Napkin, by the way. Why does it smell like chloroform?
Bella,
Why does it smell like ass?
Hi, my wife.
For the Twizzlers, can we do like Lady in the Tramp style?
Yes, we can.
With the
I have
pasta?
one of those.
Yay!
Yeah. I have so many snacks. Oh, I have like Nerds gummy clusters. I have
Oh my god, I love those.
I'm addicted to them.
I am
don't
also
like the
addicted to
cluster.
them.
I have chewy sweet tarts. I have
What about the
Those are-
nerds that are like the giant egg that you bite into in their
Oh, the Nerd's egg? Oh yeah, those are good too.
Yeah,
those.
I fuck with those.
Yeah, I
What
totally
the-
got those from another
What's
van.
the temperature in this room, in the hallway?
It kept changing. It went from freaking 2 to 6 to 9 in like every room I went to. So either the ghost moved or it's just fucking around with me at this point. And it did not hunt, and I was at 32% sanity, which is weird.
I'm in a. Is this icky?
Is that an orb?
Here, you being fan, Francis.
I'm inside the house.
Okay, then I'm.
Am I
I'm
tripping, or is that an
in
orb?
You're last lasher. Oh boy.
There you go.
I'm in your ass.
That is a nice booty.
It just wrote on the it's writing in the spirit book. We got ghost writing.
Nice. Or only so it cannot be the twins.
I think I'm seeing a ghost word, but I can't tell. Looks like it disappeared. I keep seeing this little ball that's going up, but it's not recording it as a
Yes,
ghost orb.
So I just looked at your stream. That yes, I think that is a ghost orb.
Why is it not recording it
No one
though?
doing that.
Oh, well then that's not helping me any. You ever get beat with a wet spaghetti noodle because you got your girlfriend's twin sister confused and fucked her dad? That's what it's like to drive a Ford F-150.
I love that audio.
Thanks, I try.
You need to get into mine. I have Reese's Pieces as well. Well, I don't right now, but I can. I have Reese's cups with Reese's Pieces in them.
Dude, Reese's Pieces and fucking vanilla ice cream are fucking awesome.
My dumbass forgot that my fiance wasn't actually like in the same house as me, so I bought him Reese's.
Good job, I'm proud of you.
Well, the thing is that candy does stay good for up to a year, I think. So you're
I'm-
good.
I'm keeping it.
Depends on the
for him.
temperature
I bought it for him.
and where you keep it.
Well,
See,
I'm-
that's a ghost
I'm-
orb. Okay, I'm not tripping. That's a ghost orb. So we got a ghost
That's by the
orbs.
end of the year, it's fine.
Da, da, da. So we're looking at a mare, revenant, or a thay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do we need?
Temperature, spirit box, or dot.
My fiance seems to really like it, so I support him in his Reese's peanut butter cups endeavors.
Dude, peanut butter cups are the shit.
Peanut butter
I might die, but I'm gonna try to see if I can move the dots or the
That's
camera.
level 3 EMF.
Bella,
Yeah.
peanut butter and jam or jelly filled pretzels.
Ooh, jelly-filled pretzels. I like pretzels.
You get the nice classic, you know,
Circle Mare.
toddler little PB and J in a pretzel.
You spooky fucking cunt.
I have.
Oh, she's hunting now. I'm dead.
She came from the hallway again.
Go away. That's right. You go the fuck away. Yeah, she moved rooms. That's why. I've managed to smudge her away. I don't know if she's coming back though.
Yes.
She's coming back. Fuck.
She's gone.
Be gone.
Okay, I'm going down. So I do all my smudges on the ground because I fucking panicked. Oh, I don't know, man. Part of me wants to say Revenant.
I mean, she was not that fast though.
It seems like she slowed down when she got close to me.
Yeah, that would have been the opposite of what the Revenant is.
Texas, same.
So it's either a mare or a fae.
Those solid white van. Take glasses off IRL. Okay, I could do that, Naya.
Have you tried a spirit box?
Yes, multiple times, nothing.
Ghosts can't hurt me if I can't see them. Fair.
Yeah, totally.
They are awesome. Though.
I'm not taking my glasses off.
Well, I mean, they can't hurt you because you're dead already. Or you're dead already.
Exactly.
Oh, dots. Thank fucking God. I don't have to go back in. It's a day. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Let me go. Wait, hold on. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave.
I know I can press the button again to open the door. It's fine. There.
Yay.
Everybody mark it in your books. Stay.
Yeah.
As in, they better get the fuck out of my house.
I gotta do that. That tab.
Tom, yes.
That one. Okay.
I'm in the truck.
I can tell.
If you're looking at a person,
What was the other? What was the
that's
other
what you're seeing.
evidence?
It's dots, ghost orb, and ghost writing.
I have it selected.
And since it went through dots, I don't think it could be a mimic. I'm pretty sure that's how that works.
Mimics don't know how to write.
Oh yeah, there you go. So it couldn't be a mimic anyway. So that's to say, we won. Woohoo! At what cost? But yeah, not me being the clutcher. That's crazy.
Good job.
Clutch these nuts. Yeah, I said it. I don't regret it. What do you? What? Big whoop? You want to fight about it? That's this. Can I buy something now? Nope, still don't have enough. Fucking kill me. I just want enough to buy the goddamn lantern, bruh. Or the crucifix.
No,
Can buy it for us.
no lanterns for you.
No, I mean, like,
Not
actually...
level 3.
I don't even think she had level 3 because she prestige, didn't she? She didn't even bring nothing.
Oh.
Icky, what the fuck?
Oh. Alright.
Hold on.
No holding.
I can only hold it for so long, and then the post-night clarity kicks in. I just thought that up on the fly, by the way. Oh, good.
I'm on keyboard. Damn it.
Like, follow, and subscribe. Oh, I missed the rest of Cinder stream. Bummer.
Yeah, my problem is, okay, is I don't have money and I don't have gear.
So you're gonna make me bring money? If I lose my money, I will fight you. Because if I lose my money, I will fight you.
Fight me.
You'd like that. That's the weird part.
No.
I think I want to smash you.
I have an ad break in a minute and 30 seconds.
Imagine if you just got, like, smacked in the face with a frying pan. Wouldn't that be crazy?
A drying pan?
Yeah. Imagine fucking pots. Or my bad, pans. Imagine fucking pans. And pots. Kiddo. I wish I was a kiddo. Too old to be a kiddo. Sag.
Wow.
Wow.
We're just waiting for nice Baptiste to ready up.
Probably already know because you call them Naya Toes, dumbass. Maybe call him his actual name, you dork.
Naya Toes.
You know what? I got your back, Naya Toes. I'll beat her ass.
Dad. His name's Dad.
His name is Dad, a piss man.
Yeah, well, my name's Daddy's. What you gonna do about it? Ask my ex, she'll tell you. I'm horrible.
But thank you, Tom, for
let's
thinking
go.
that I'm a kiddo. I appreciate that.
I wish.
Glasses.
I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna check outside first.
See you time.
I just realized I gotta add you guys' foodies.
Why is this door open?
Wait, I forgot to. Oh my god, I've been streaming this whole fucking time, and I haven't even had my model up.
I probably should have said something.
I'm a no VTuber at this point, or no tuber. I don't have no VTuber to go with.
We are all professionals here.
Nah,
Fuck.
I'm a professional idiot if that's what you mean. You know what?
Well,
Fuck
I
it.
forgot to bring a
We're going with
camera
Fox
with
Goddess and
me.
Basis.
Oh, I
Let's
forgot to
go.
bring anything with me.
Get back here. Go grab some stuff.
There you go. You guys get Fox Goddess now.
Shiny little thing,
I'm sorry, Dad.
Oh shit, motherfucker.
Yes, dads tend to fuck mothers.
That's true. Bring him first.
Yeah, that's how you were born. I fucked your mother. Oh no, I'm mad at myself because I just literally did the dumbest thing ever on the face of the fucking planet. Something that I've actually made other people do, being a troll, and I did it to myself, and then without even trying.
What did he do?
I was trying to hit the toggles on my thing to put up my fox ears, and instead of hitting Control F4, I hit Alt F4.
Oh my god.
I hate it here. Oh, I don't even think I have a toggle for it, to be fair. Oh, there it is. It's F2. Jesus Christ. Why was that so much work?
Where are you?
Naito, did you find the room?
No, I'm looking for it. I did find a blood totem.
That's
upstairs.
fucking crazy.
I've already taken a photo, so you can touch those to your heart desire.
Yay, touching red balls.
Hey,
Love
yo.
touching red balls.
We love touching balls of all colors.
I wish someone would touch my red ball.
Wait, you have red balls?
Yes.
Are you here?
They're very red and bright.
Oh,
Where
From
are
not,
you?
like
from not being
yeah.
drained in forever.
Are you friendly?
Oh, fuck it, Falco.
And so just
Look, you know what you were signing up for.
Oh.
Don't invite me if you don't want me to say crazy shit.
I too say crazy shit.
Nah, you don't hold a candle to my crazy.
Wait, what did I say about Stormy?
What did you say about Starmie?
If you need to go flaccid quickly.
That wasn't like that was just dumb. I'm sorry. Like that was like some shit my friend Sin would say, and I would just look at him like, are you an idiot?
I can't fucking see worth a damn.
It's okay. You don't like my jokes, it's okay.
It's true.
I like some of your jokes, not all of them. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I think that's true for everybody. You're not gonna like everybody's jokes.
I don't even like half of my own jokes. I just say them and then I go, oh, yeah, that was kind of stupid. It is what it is. Sometimes I flirt with people unintentionally and I like literally cringe at myself. Like no fucking joke.
Still nothing on the EMF.
Yeah, time to end
Oh.
when you wanna come. There's other times I'm singing a song and I think I sound like crap, so I cringe too.
Little shy boy.
And she's eating, never suicide. Other girls sneezing, don't need a shower today, just a perfect never shave. Eat some simple a day, and I recycle, I sniff my own farts.
What?
It's a Bloodhound Gang song, or don't worry about it. And Trevor just to pass that time.
Patio?
Yeah, this map has the patio thing. And
Why?
stress.
I was out there earlier.
It just appeared right here and just teabagged my face.
Yeah, teabag the face. Let's go.
The ghosts don't teabag faces.
Maybe
Sure about that? Maybe you're just not special enough to get your face teabagged. Ever thought of that?
I guess not.
Nah, you'll get over it. I'll teabag your face later.
Ayo?
Hey, yo?
Where are you?
Ayo?
Oh, hi. That was bright. And obnoxious. I'm smuggling plums. I'm mighty tighty whitey and I'm smuggling plums.
Are you nearby?
Has anybody found a bone?
No,
Nope. I haven't even found a ghost orb.
I haven't even been looking, to be honest.
Well, it's out here. I'm just dropping the camera here for now. Putting the dots down. Well, you're the only one who wants the boners, apparently.
Yeah, the bone is your job.
I get the boners.
Who doesn't like grabbing boner?
I like grabbing my boner.
Boner haters, of course. Are you here?
Imagine hating boners. That's crazy.
Are you
Oh, hey, I found a bone.
What are you wearing?
Guys, it was a spine. I found my spine. I now have a spine.
Did you put on that skimpy red dress I told you to put on?
Goodbye.
Oh, hi. Oh, shit. I'm dead. She didn't like the skimpy red dress comment, I guess.
She spawned in the living room, by the way.
Okay.
I watched her spawn in.
She went from Onryo to oh no.
So another crucifix.
Who the fuck you?
Are you here? I'll leave the cruci outside.
Yeah, I'm bringing the other one in.
Mannequin. She's hunting again.
Bitch.
I don't even see
Bitch.
her. Oh no, she's not hunting. It was just an event. Oh no, she did hunt.
It's a hot.
She killed Bella.
No,
It wasn't Bella.
Portobello mushroom.
it was
It's
like
not here
right up.
either.
Well, I'm gonna go.
Well, at least
I'm gonna
I
go
found the owner
do
before I
something in
died.
the closet while you guys are doing that. Don't come in here.
Bakery's out here. 20
Stop being so hard.
So I
Spirit box.
Spirit box.
Spirit pussy.
Spirit pussy. Spirit fingers.
I'm defiling Icky's.
Nikki, did you drop your cross?
Yeah, it's down here somewhere.
Oh, hi, ghost. In the corner.
He didn't want to play 7 minutes in heaven as a ghost with me. It's crazy.
Wait, where were you?
It's in the fucking closet. I was dobbying.
Come here. Well, come here.
Spirit box.
Stop. I can't. That was horrible.
Run, Bella, run.
Run, Bella. If you die, you get to join us in the closet. Well, she gets to join us in the closet. She didn't run far, that's for sure. Damn, the way she fell, though. That's crazy. That is, though.
That is crazy.
That is, though.
I had Pet Star.
So I had salt with me. I had UV, I think. You should put that salt somewhere.
Hey, yo.
Hello.
Don't mind me. I'm just violating your body.
Hello. Group teabag.
Violate. Violate. Did you guys see that thing just go flying? That was crazy.
Thank you for the Moorhead pats. Oh, and the hydrant.
I like how you just died on top of a painting of a person.
I don't. For some reason, I can't see my own body.
Yeah, you died on a painting of a person. You look like you face planted. Like, oh, that's some fine art. Dies on it.
Arcane, thank you for petting Wing.
We teabagging because we can. That's why.
I'm watching to see if I get any dogs or reaction for
You sure about that?
Wait, did we find a cursed item by any
You
chance?
sure about that? You sure about that?
Stardust underscore surfer just
Because if it's
followed.
monkey paw, we might have a chance to make ourselves back.
or cards.
At least one of
Or
them.
cards, yeah. Well, monkey paw, it's like 50-50. Cards, it's possibility, but not guaranteed. Yeah, I was trying picture frames a minute ago. I mean, you could make a pulty pile.
Yeah, he doesn't make a bulk pile for me.
Yeah, we're dead. We can do that.
Just turn on the light near the stairwell.
I saw you left that.
It is moving a lot of items right now. A lot. Was that a crawler?
It was a
That
crawler, yeah.
earlier. Was that dots? I think I just saw polka dots.
What evidence do we have?
Spirit box.
Currently, just spear bucks.
Okay.
I'm watching things appear and disappear.
Why am I getting bought?
Why not?
Why?
Why not?
I have been behaving. Okay?
You have not been behaving. Fuck you, Winder.
What do you mean? What do you mean I haven't been behaving?
Absolutely no behaving whatsoever.
Winton.
It's pretty.
I'm leaking your DMs right now.
Leaking my
She's been
DMs, oh no.
misbehaving.
I am behaving today, okay?
Uh-huh. Uh-oh, that seems so nice.
Astrovan, thank you for the raid!
Uh-oh,
Nitos.
I am Nitos.
Stop. Look at the coffee table.
Okay.
I got you a steak.
Mine. Ew, why did it... Ew! It's making slappy noises. I don't like it. That's gross. Oh, fuck. Slappy.
Hello,
Slappy
Raiders.
bitch.
Minty raid? Did I get double raided or am I about to get raided?
I don't know.
Hi, Astroven. Thank you for the raid, and hello, Raiders. I'm Icarus Deathbloom, Necromancer Raven Demon Queen of an Undead Army with
Nerd.
a chicken.
What, you're a nerd too?
I'm playing.
Your fault.
I'm a nerd.
Yeah. The
a
bum.
dork. I'm
A horny
a
toad.
Jen. I'm not a horny toad.
You are totally a horny toad.
No, oh, I'm a Minty.
You're a raccoon? Okay, good enough.
I'm not a raccoon either.
I'm a raccoon. I'm a raccoon, these nuts in your face.
Minty, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. And hello, other raiders. I'm Icarus Deathbloom, Necromancer Raven Demon Queen of an Undead Army with the soul of a chicken. We're also playing Phasmophobia. Minty raid.
Yeah, and we're just friends, you know.
Amy1273, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Horde. I am currently dead.
She bullied the ghost, and the ghost got back at us. It's crazy. You should have saw what she did to the ghost. She called it a stinky stinkerton, and she like totally spat in its face, and it got mad.
Carl, thank you for the care package.
Oh, she's coming.
I know
Okay.
it can't hurt me because I'm dead, but it still scares me when it hunts.
By the way.
Nice.
How to Wavin, welcome in.
So that's the spirit wraith or the twins?
It's stuck in salt, so it can't be raised.
Well, that narrows it down to spirit or twins.
She's going straight up into the attic.
Freezing temps for ghost riding, that's the two I need. I'm gonna bring in some bugs.
Wait, doesn't the spirit, you can't hide from it?
No, that's Dio.
Oh, never mind then.
So spirit box and what?
Spirit can be temporarily stopped by burning incense near them.
Why do you go straight up to the...
Is it done hunting?
Because she couldn't find him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's done hunting.
He hid in the closet.
She
She
went-
went right past it. Went upstairs.
I smoke bombed and just hidden inside.
I think it might be a spirit. I'm not gonna lie.
Did it stay still from the closet for a
Thank you for the care package. And Toll, thank you for your daily check-in. I still need to fix it. I still need to fix it so that it reads as your daily chicken.
minute? Daily chicken.
You're a chicken.
And then it's gonna be Winston giving you something. And it's gonna be like a random thing, like a random object. And
Like a
we're
shiny
still- we're
pebble?
still gonna be- Like a what?
A shiny pebble?
Yeah. Like a shiny pebble, or a tea, or coffee. Like just random stuff.
Or your face?
And I'm gonna I'm gonna find like a way to do like a shop so that you guys can spend like your emeralds and stuff and do like a trade.
I've cried several times.
Nice.
Wait, so what all evidences do we have?
I don't know, man. I just work here.
It's not a Diogen.
Thank you for the head
It's
pass.
either a spirit or twins. Because
Okay, how are you not paying attention? EMF 5 and spirit box.
this is the fourth time it's been said.
Icky, get the dick out of your ear, please.
I don't have a dick in my ear. Thank you.
You could have a dick in your ear, though.
I make use of.
You never know.
Oh,
You never know.
I don't think that's how that works.
We want to find out.
Dicks don't go in ear.
You'd be surprised what can go in an ear.
You need a number from 1 to 20, or to 250. I know how to read numbers.
I don't.
No,
I read 1 to 25.
Do not fuck the ear hole. I think
I'm
you
gonna
should
fuck the ear hole just because you told me not to. Who wants to volunteer?
I volunteer for
Not
science. 69.
69 420. Is that how 69 420 goes? You do 69 and then you start sticking it in your ear after?
Well, you gotta have an edible as well, though.
Oh my god, no. Imagine you could call that a wet willy. It's just, yeah, okay. You hear me out. So she's sucking you off, right? And you just pull it out and stick it in her ear. A wet willy. Oh, you gave me a horrible idea. I hate myself now.
I hear the pun. I just
No, you cannot.
Yes, you can.
No, come on, you gotta give me credit. That was funny. Zypher, if you're here, clip that immediately.
ghostwriting. We got it.
Ghostwriting?
The spirit.
I knew it.
Wait,
Called
one
that shit.
second.
Nope, hit the button. Goodbye, everyone.
Okay, I.
You can't
got it
bonk me. I'm
for call.
unbonkable.
You're very bonkable.
You're bonkable. Take that.
Hello.
Why did you throw
Hello.
at Bella?
I don't know.
Don't throw things at me.
Everyone has
I'm
spirit
gentle.
down?
I'm
She
done.
likes when I throw things at her. She also likes when I throw it back. Hey, oh.
I do like to throw it back.
Exactly.
I actually would get a concussion. So no, thank you.
Yeah. I'm
Delicate? Oh, that just means that I'm gonna have to try harder to break you.
Yeah, you don't have to
Not
try
harder,
very
just
hard.
more creative.
Well, don't tell me that, because then it takes all the fun out of it. Duh. Damn it. Dying. Took my money away. I hated you.
One day, I will survive.
You're not the one that provided the things I did.
I know. But I still didn't get no money.
Yeah, we got like $100.
I got 240.
Sounds like a you problem.
Bella is cute.
Bella's fucking adorable.
Nuh-uh.
What the hell is
Yeah.
named adorable? That's weird.
You're weird.
I'm not.
Yes, we knew this.
Well, there you go. Problem solved. Big whoop. Want to fight about it?
If I asked Angel, he would also admit that
Big whoop. Should we have a debate about it?
My fiance would in fact agree that I am adorable.
I would agree with your fiance.
His whole job is to love me.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of what the job's supposed to be. Wouldn't know. Don't have one. My job's to love myself.
That's a good job.
Yeah. Ready, you dumbass. I hate you.
wasn't one not ready.
He was. We were all ready.
No,
Naito was not.
Whatever.
No. I wasn't. And Angel.
Ayo.
Don't agree with them. Don't agree with them. Don't agree with them.
Angel.
I agree with nothing and everything at the same time.
Zaza?
Because I fucking can. Why is it so red? I don't like it.
Angel, I have a question for you.
Do you have 6
Do you
toes?
Do you
What?
think Bella is cute?
You might have just just popped in to call me a scaredy cat.
What if I just went above and beyond and said
Damn it.
Bella's hot instead of cute? Oh,
We
got him.
True. You know this.
God
Here,
damn
I'm
it.
just gonna toss flashlights down so we can start seeing
Oh,
paths.
give me stretch too, hun.
If you want to talk about cuties, Angel's a cutie.
He is a cutie.
Angel is a really pretty man.
If you want to talk about cuties, I'm not even close.
You're cute. Shut the fuck up.
I'm ugly. Shut the fuck up.
I no, you're not.
Yo, what? Oh, you have to expose something, huh? Shut up.
Hey, Icky and Icky.
Oh, I
I don't
got
like cuties.
something.
Don't listen for like,
Yeah, she's about to say, I seen you in real life. You're not ugly. Shut up.
wait, like,
Want to tell everybody my address and my first name, too?
don't listen for like a second. I gotta do
Ghost orbs, by the way.
Where?
Yeah.
Over here.
Do it.
And it also threw a ball. It's right here.
There you go, hun.
Don't live inside me.
In front of mixed company.
Hello.
Angel made me.
Hello.
Body.
Where are you? How old are you?
I wasn't close enough.
Do you like pickles?
No, not really.
No, not really.
I wasn't asking either of you. I was talking to the ghost. Bella, do you like pickles?
That's a question for Ricky.
Where are you?
Gross.
You want my pickle?
We could not be friends. Do you want my pickle?
I-
I named him Ricardo Montebon, by the way. Where are you? How old are you? Are you young? Are you old?
being bullied.
Are you bold? Here, I'm gonna leave,
Are you Batman, the Brave and the Bold? Why did that actually register? Do you got hair down there? Do the carpets match the drapes? Let me see them titties.
Let me see them booty cheeks.
Let me see you clap them cheeks.
Yeah, does it clap though?
Nah, we need the thunder. The thunderous clap. The thunder slam. Yo, can you show me your thunder thighs? Where are you? You trying to hit this? I got some Zaza, bro. You trying to hit this Zaza?
I think. Let me check. Well, where did that salt go? Salt, but no steppies. Okay.
It is not a rape.
Damn. EMF 2 inside the circle.
Support basketball.
Did it move? 'Cause-
Like
I mean, it just stepped in another salt over here, so who knows? Maybe twins? No, it can't be twins.
well, the ghost orb appeared here. And then it threw the ball, so who knows? But I'm not even seeing the orb anymore.
I took the ball. Did it throw a different?
I got.
You took my balls.
Video,
Did you put them in your jaw?
Ayo.
Can I put my balls in your jaw?
I'm gonna go grab more stuff. Also, blow out the candles if we can get that lit back up again.
Alright, we got Ghost War. Okay.
No, actually, we got that. We got the fire finish. Never mind.
Wait, do not delete the crucifix
I did
video.
How do I
Yeah.
link it?
That was an accident.
How do I link it?
You press F. But I would move that out of the camera zone, like we could do. There you go. And we'll grab it. I'll move it over here, out of the camera. So you can
I
see where
did
things can go.
stuff.
You did do stuff.
I'm proud of you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Zara, we
So
like
proud.
Discord. We like Discord.
Roxon.
You like Discord?
You like.
Yeah.
Dijkstrad, yeah.
We like dicks. We just like dicks.
Actually, there's a burger chain near here called Dick's Burgers and Brew.
I
Ew.
want to go to Dick's Burgers and Brew.
I want to go to Five Guys Burgers and Fries and get 5 Guide.
That
Hey,
sounds like my
you just gonna
ideal
say that?
Friday.
Yes, I love.
Sounds like my
pizza.
fantasy come
I love
true.
burgers.
Wait, why are we deleting a unique evidence?
I'm gonna go.
Hello?
No, we're not. It was an accident.
Okay, well then cancel it.
Ghostwriting.
You have to.
You got ghostwriting?
Can I take a photo? of
Mayor Revenant or Thay?
Yes. Yes.
I'm ghostwriting.
Yeah.
Thing got a video of it. Okay, we no longer need videos.
We just need
It's
a-
on thing. It's on thing.
That's not a
Uh-oh.
hunt. It's just.
Oh.
teeth.
Okay,
No,
well just in
Tyler,
case.
Her head is full of teeth.
Ew,
You have
gross.
no face, teeth only.
We should probably take sanity though,
Good
because
news,
our
the ghost
sanity's
orbs
low
went, by the
as
way.
fuck.
It's over here now.
No, that the ghost orbs are still by the gaming tent.
I would take sanity. We're all
I
low.
need to get out. Now it's something. Oh, I tried lighting it. I was too late. Hi, here's a dead body.
We don't need any photos.
I don't care. Cheap, free meat.
That's crazy.
Let's
Hey,
kill it.
Lair! Yeah. She's a dragon lady I'm getting art with.
Dragon lady. I'm a dragon. Lady. Dragon. Whatever. Words.
Anyways,
You are?
there's the-
I'm a dragon. Dragon, he's nuts, crotch face. Ayo.
Ayo.
There's two instances where I died.
Oh, okay. Because I had one on me, so I'll grab another one. I don't see.
Also, the voice recorder is right next to it. Not where I ran to, but the corner where I was, where the temperature gauges are.
Oh,
Just past it.
I see him.
Yep, and then the
Okay,
voice recorder's
so
right next to
ghost orbies
it. Yep.
are in front of.
Imagine Icky never getting art with me. That's crazy.
campfire. One day we'll get art together.
Nah, I don't want it anymore.
Oh.
Dude, he perfectly flipped that can. That's crazy.
Hello, Kayla.
Ghost is
But the
fucking. Ghost is
orbies-
balling,
the
bro.
orbies are by the picnic table.
Ghost.
By the gate.
Wow.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to be doing?
We're trying to record 2 more audios and find third evidence.
Oh, okay.
So it could either be Mayor Rev or Faye. And be not EMF 5, not UV, so it has to be dot, spirit box, or Phoenix. Good luck.
Hey Lair, how are you? What are you up to tonight? More ghost
Oh,
writing
no,
by
seems
the
like it's
campfire.
over here.
I love it when my ghosts are literate.
I don't.
Literacy
And that means they can start voting, and then they'll vote evil people. And oh, go away.
It's a hunt.
I know this.
From the middle of the campfire? No, ghost event, not a hunt. Okay, I lied.
No.
I'm sorry.
Oh, now it's a hunt.
Nope.
Great. I don't have a
It's
fucking
just another ghost
EMF.
event behind the barrels, behind the
Oh.
hiding spot right here. God, your mouth is just, your head is just a mouthful of teeth.
Jeez. Just be working. I work tomorrow, and I'm kind of not looking forward to it.
How
What
is
the
school at
fuck
night,
is
by the
that?
way? I think you turn off, turn off the power.
Where are you? How old are you?
There you go.
Where are you?
Ask it if it had a pension plan.
Did you have a pension plan? Preferably a 401k? Do you know that a 401k can help you when you come to that point when you want to retire? And
Unalive yourself in Minecraft.
yeah, and then when you want to unalive yourself in Minecraft, an insurance policy is great because you know your family will get some kind of money. But since you're unaliving yourself, they won't get shit because you're dumb and yeah, death of a salesman. I mean, come on.
Funny thing about that is if you wait 3 years after buying it, it will be valid. Even if
That's crazy.
I saw
What if you just died in like
owning a policy.
the most fucking amazing way possible? Like drove a fucking car off a cliff on fire with C4 strapped to it. Like can't be suicide.
Jumping into an industrial fan sounds kind of fun.
I mean, true. What about getting crushed by like a big ass fucking box crusher?
Box crusher, not so much. It probably be instantaneous, like.
Yeah. Well, you know, once the pressure hit and your body exploded, then it would be instantaneous. Or if you really want to go out with a bang, just go be in that freaking submarine that went into the Titanic and imploded. That was instantaneous.
That's to explode.
Yeah, they exploded the wrong way.
Jump into a fan in Destiny.
That's crazy.
Is it not hunting?
It is hunting.
I'll jump into your fan in Destiny.
Also, Kaylor says,
No.
if I'm gonna play gacha games that got gacha elements, and feeling so freeing, and the combat's actually good. Nice. I have heard good things about it. It is on my
I have it
list of
down.
things to try. But also, I'm a big sucker for ZAZAZA, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was too. And then I got bored. And then I haven't touched it since then.
Listen, I got my trio that I wanted, and I'm just building around them and only.
That's like me with Uma Musume. I got into it because everyone else was playing it. I loved it. Still love it, but I just don't touch it anymore because I'm just like, it's too much effort to actually log in and play.
Forgot to age verify my account for ZZZ.
Yeah,
And I lost my Jane Doe.
yeah, you did.
Oh, I don't think I ever age verified my account for that game either, so I probably lost all my shit. Oh well.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't play them anyway.
I miss my
Jane
Jane
Doe,
Doe.
Miyabi, and Astriel. Great fucking synergy. I love them.
You know, a game's really great to play.
Showing the simulator.
Destiny.
No, Legends EA.
I will withhold a comment.
Look, you can have whatever comment you want. I have thoroughly been enjoying every second of the gameplay in that game. No matter what people say, until you've actually tried the game, you really can't say shit. Until you actually played the game.
My comment. I have opinions about it, but I have not touched.
Oh, I have opinions about it too, because I've actually played through almost 80 hours of the game. Like, there's things that bug me, but let me just say, Mega Starmie should not exist. Please make him go away.
I agree.
But, like,
So many better megas that could have been in
the lore and the story wise and shit, and like, is really good. The gameplay with the fucking battle system, I don't like it that much because it's too stiff for me, and I miss the old RPG style. But
I get that.
other than that, besides the colors and shit, which I really don't care that much about,
Arceus.
yeah. And the great thing about this game is that it has a lot of throwbacks to Arceus too,
You do.
and it also has a lot of throwbacks to X and Y, which is also pretty cool.
I just like collecting cute Pokemon.
They're not all lazy, like.
Most of them are.
Yeah, most of them are, but you gotta admit, fucking, like, my favorite Mega so far has been Mega Altaria, which is like the most.
That one's not from that one. That one is from Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire.
Oh yeah, you're right. Is it always a fairy type?
It is a fairy type.
That's some broken shit.
It's a dragon fairy.
Yeah, fucking broken ass fucking
If
thing.
I recall correctly, so it can turn normal moves into fairy moves.
Yeah. Basically, its only weaknesses are poison, steel, and fairy. You can't get hit by dragon moves,
I mean,
which
unless
makes it pretty
you have,
powerful.
The mega version of. I can't say that. At least spoilers.
But no, Mega Drampa is really cool. I like that one. They did good work on that one. Mega Clefairy needs to lose the hat. It would be perfect. Or Clefable, I mean. But yeah, a lot of the megas were lazy, but a lot of like, there's some in there that are actually kind of hidden gem ones. In my opinion. Like I like the fucking chestnut one, and I definitely like the Greninja one. The Greninja one was actually pretty cool. At first, it looked kind of shitty, but then I realized that the shuriken spun, and I was like, "That's pretty awesome." Honestly, he looks like Megamind to me. I can't get that most idea out of my head.
Why I like it.
He looks like fucking Megamind.
Do we have the third
Nope. I'm not going back in there because he's probably gonna hunt me, and I can't get anything from it anyway.
I have my emotional support basketball.
I'm just upset because I'm dead and I bought all the stuff.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping you didn't die.
I was hoping that too.
You know what? Just because you died, I'll go in and risk my life. And it's hunting.
Check spirit box and
Yeah, immediately. Sure, right away. It's a child. I hate it here.
Yeah,
it is a child.
It's a chill day. It's going fast again.
Oh, it's fast as fuck. It went slow.
Revenant then?
Rev, most likely. It's building rapid fucking speed.
Yeah, it's gotta be a rev. If I even escape this fucking thing, I'll be lucky I'm dead. The smudge only slowed it down for so long. Once I run out of smudges, it was over. It's a rev. It's gotta be.
Yeah, I'm alright calling it a rev. Get in the truck, make sure you circle Revenant.
But,
Done.
yeah. I do agree that a lot of the Hoyo BS-ery of character gotcha and taking a year for them to come back is kind of garbo.
Yeah. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I loved Honkai Star Rail, but I don't know.
The story, but I'm okay with the characters I have, and I don't need anything.
Yeah, it was a rev. Hell yeah.
Nice. I got 400.
Oh, don't worry about it. I only got 200.
$200 out of that.
Womp womp
I got
womp.
1,500.
Well,
I can't believe Bella is not a child of the cult.
we can do Point Hope or Grafton Farmhouse at this point.
So, Bella, if you come up to the board, where your name tag is, where it says intern,
Yeah, you should have earned it by now already.
you already have the recruit version, but if you go and click the pencil mark under special badges, there should be a little red circle. There you go.
There you go.
Children of the Corn.
I like corn.
Oh, corn.
That's how Corn Hub keeps in business.
That's exactly what I said. Pornhub's one of my favorite sites.
I do not have fully maxed out characters in ZZZ, and I am just fine. I have.
My other favorite site starts with H.
I've
Ends with
a lot of
Asm.
money in that game just to go ahead and get after user rotations of 3 characters out.
I would say one day I'm just gonna have a fucking circle jerk party in my Discord.
Wait, what?
I'm just all watch hentai and beat off to it. Try to synchronize.
So my characters are.
I'm a degenerate, what do you expect?
Z engines, but they all have appropriate ones. They not all Z engines are max, unfortunately, but they are max leveled. The characters are max leveled. I have all their abilities taken care of. Everything that I can do for free is done. They are just.
Nothing at all.
That's the only issue. Unfortunately.
Do we want to do Point Hope or nah?
We
How
can.
about point no?
Yeah, I'm kind of down for not noping that out. I don't like Point Hope. Too small, too compact. I get lost too easily. Because the goddamn stairs are always fucking dark as hell and I can't see.
I just don't like the idea of climbing inside a shaft.
Tab.
What about climbing on a shaft?
As long as
Why don't
there's
you
no
like
climbing,
shafts?
I think we'll be okay.
Do you like shafts, Bella?
I love shafts.
Me too. I like having a shaft.
I love shafts and I love mounds.
Well, we loves you too. Don't worry. See, that's the kind of positivity we need in this community. Women who love
Yeah, I'm ready for
shafts,
Bella.
not women who shaft the shafts.
I'm waiting for you to ready up.
I thought I already did.
Oh my god, we're doing this. Oh, fuck, I didn't get a chance to.
Ah, I'm too
You
quick.
suck.
I'm too fast for this weight.
Girl, you know damn well I ain't no boy. Am I picking up my phone? Message up the phone. Hey, can you bring your shitty flashlight, your fucking cameras? The fuck is this shit?
What do you mean?
I don't want this bony fucking camera.
I did what I could. I brought what I could.
Upgrade, damn it. Upgrade like I be upgrading my women.
I need money. I need money to upgrade.
Yeah, so do I. That's why I'm not bringing my shit to lose it again.
We can use my stuff.
Can I lose your number? Hey, yo, stop.
Alright, I've taken a photo of the
I
totem.
wonder if that pickup line has ever worked on anyone. I was like, hey, I lost my phone number. Can I have yours?
Probably the first person I heard it, I thought it was classy, and then it just became garbage the second time I heard it.
Absolutely beautiful. Sing more to me.
What do you mean, Taylor?
How do I fix this?
Icarus never responds to my pickup lines. Icarus doesn't have the brain cell to respond to anything. What are you talking about?
Oh,
I can't get the brain cell.
Imagine having a brain cell. That's crazy. I don't even have a brain cell. I have to keep rubbing my brain cell with other people's brain cells to make a spark.
Oh, there's a puppy coming in to say goodnight. Hey.
Give the puppy kisses.
It's me. I'm the puppy.
Goodnight. No, don't eat those. Those are mine. Go. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go.
Supposed to give the puppy kisses, not yell at him and kick him out. Rude.
Jack is saying goodnight, everybody.
Good night, Jackie boy.
Good night, Jack Russell Terrier.
In all fairness, she's usually dialed into the game and doesn't even see me say hi usually until like 15 minutes after. I mean, she usually doesn't see me say hi to her until like 30 minutes later, so I don't feel bad, girl.
It's in here. The temperature dropped.
I'm so lost.
And I stay be responding to when she shows up. She's just rude. It's okay, Dragon.
I'm not rude. You be nice to Taylor.
I am being nice to them. What do you mean? Being mean to you, there's a difference here.
Being mean to me makes Taylor sad.
Yeah, that'd be alright. No, it doesn't. I'm sure they're okay with it.
It makes me sad.
Well, I can make you happy real quick. Don't worry about that. I'll bring you Reese's Pieces. You'll be fine.
I don't like Reese's Pieces.
Well, I'll bring you Nerds Clusters then.
Okay.
Yeah. That and Cuddles and Shaft. How about that?
I'm
Nerds
down
Clusters, Shaft, and Cuddles. Oh my. Have they ever found the ghost? Oh my god, I love Fast Break too. They're so good. Fast Breaker probably the best fucking Reese's candy bar they ever made. See, I don't think a lot of people. I'll cuddle you. What?
I wanna be
since
cuddled.
you know, since fucking Icky don't want to do it.
I said I wanted to cuddle. What the fuck do you mean?
Imagine being cuddled.
Don't worry.
You know, you're right. Imagine being cuddled. No one ever cuddles me. I just get yelled at and told I'm a bully all the time. It's not my fault. I'm abrasive because I've been abused.
Where are you? And I'm
In
so
your
sorry.
pants.
Where are you?
Doesn't count until it actually happens. True.
I'm so sorry.
I'm not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry.
Hi. Boo.
I'm looking for the bone, just so everybody knows.
I'm in the closet.
I'm gonna go pick up the bone now just to piss you off.
Leave my boner alone.
Where are you?
Get good. Get it first.
I have your boner.
Hello. Just coming in to see if I lost a boner in here.
You going for a boner holder? Boner
I
holder.
hope there's a boner holder. That'd be
Boulder
nice.
holder. Oh, EMF 5
Where?
in the bathroom or whatever room this is.
Right?
The closet. Where are you? How old are you? Where are you?
Where are you?
And I'm so sorry. I cannot sleep. I cannot dream tonight. Where are you?
K-Lair, you
Hello.
should love Nyatos. And I'll tell you why you should love Nyatos.
No,
Hello.
He's been advocating for me
Where are
to
you?
move closer to you.
that is true, actually. I have an advocate.
Where are you?
That and also
That's crazy. You want to visit me? I see how it is.
Who's to visit me?
I'll come visit you.
No,
Cause she don't want
you
to.
guys-
If you don't want to visit me either, it's okay.
Shut up, you know that's not true.
Yeah, it's so
Probably
true.
If I go visit Icky, though.
Well, you go visit Icky, and I'll be alone as always. I'm sorry.
Okay, Bella, you have so many opportunities to come visit me.
Not gonna
Ooh.
lie, I kind of thought about asking last time I was down.
Well,
You should.
no,
No.
I'm alive.
I'm not dead.
No, but it did burn the crucifix, and it's probably gonna hunt soon,
Oh
so
my god.
I would get out of the house if I were you. Go take
Hey, I found a
meds.
mask.
You found a what?
Mask.
Guys,
Jesus.
Are you here?
I'm lost.
Where are you?
Sass!
It's
Hello,
fucking with the
Sass!
camera.
Oh, UV.
Easy.
Hey, Lair, what do you mean a
Follow me.
poster?
Okay.
Jin, Goryo, Abaki, or
Awesome.
Myling. It's on. It's on thing? No, it's eventing. It's eventing. We're good.
Where are you?
It is a Phasmo event, yeah.
Oh my god.
I saw.
Imagine being a cool kid. Could not be me.
You are a cool kid, shut the fuck up.
No, I'm not. I'm lame. That's why nobody likes me.
Hey, Lair, I said you should love Nyatos
This is why I have no friends. Nobody likes me.
because he's been advocating for me to move closer to you. I said nothing about a poster.
Poster. I'm a poser. I'm a poser, guys.
I'm a poser, Batman. A poser.
Anyways, everyone but Ash should take meds.
Yeah, I just took some. Hey, yo.
I got
Uh,
my shoulders up.
Is that a face at the bottom there?
Maybe.
You're a face in the bottom.
What a pose.
You're a bottom.
What? A
What?
You're just the
You heard
bottom.
me. You're just the bottom.
West Coast, baby.
I'm being bullied.
No, you're being peer pressured. There's a big difference.
No, Asher called me a bottom.
Ooh, you are a bottom.
That's not being
Not-
bullied. That's just speaking the truth.
Exactly.
Shut the fuck up.
That's for real, not for fake.
Like, we don't need to talk about who's a bottom.
Are you a power bottom?
Okay, bottom.
Are you a
What
Bella? Let me ask you a serious question, okay?
Yes.
You go.
Are you a pillow princess?
Yes.
Hell yeah, I'm with it. We love us some pillow princesses. I mean, I can be topless already because I got man boobs. Oh shit! Everybody's talking about East Coast, West Coast. I want to go Southern Coast.
Yep. There's UV. There's UV.
Yes,
So
I-
you
I
being
already-
We already knew about the UV though.
Nobody told me.
I said it out
We.
loud, what do you mean?
Oh my god, yo, for real, I'm gonna yell at you because he literally said it out loud in front of you.
When?
2 minutes ago! You stopped yapping for 5 seconds. You would have heard him.
Listen, I died. Okay, I just died.
Okay, well, now that you're dead,
Taylor,
put in ultraviolet.
amazing.
Okay,
Amazing.
Lair, I currently do not have the body for a bikini right now.
I'll go take a photo
Bikini
before.
body is the state of mind. It's
Oh.
not meant.
Exactly what I thought it was. It's a Goreo. We just got dots.
Well,
That's why I wasn't showing up on the damn dots, because someone was in the building until they died.
it's hunting again. I'm
He's
in
hunting, yeah.
17. Yeah.
Should try to record it.
It's a big butcher guy.
Yep.
I think that men should also wear bikinis.
I'll wear a bikini if you ask me to. What?
Okay, wear a bikini.
Alright, bet. You gotta be here, though.
So we're all gonna meet up at Asher's place.
Yeah, we're gonna meet up, and we'll put him in a bikini.
You ain't
I'll
gotta
wear
put
my
me in it.
Iron Mouse bathing suit.
I got you a candle.
Ayo.
It's dick shaped without the tip.
Look, I'm just saying, if I wore a mankini, there would be, yeah,
A man
there would be a lot. There would be a lot to be seen.
I should not have survived that.
Please do.
I
Oh my
may
god.
have just left my hiding spot while I was still hunting, walked right for the door, and grabbed the handle, but shika. Oh, it's still locked. Oh no.
Stop. Do you want to see my new swimsuits, lady?
Don't tell me that. I might actually want to see it. Okay.
All right.
Wait, were you talking to me?
I was talking to Small.
Oh,
I got a Moe flavor order in
nice.
not too long ago.
Oh, welcome in.
Thank you for the hi.
Small doesn't pop in to say hi to me.
What are
That's
boobs?
like-
By the way, I'm a visual learner.
I might drop pics in my server at some point.
Hey guys, what are boobs? By the way, I'm a visual learner.
Keyboard still broken. Then
Here's man boobs. I killed
I'm trying to get the freaking thing on dots, but it's being a pain in my ass.
I have so much.
Why does it look like her mouth is like wide open, like that ghost violated her?
That's the mask coming around, I believe.
Oh, that's funny. It's kind of creepy. There we go. Well, we got something. Wasn't what I wanted, but we got something.
Well,
Bella, did you just go back in?
no.
Okay, we've got everything.
Oh, okay. Well,
Do we have
Oreo.
everything? We
Gregorio.
still need we need videos, we need photos, we need sound recordings.
We have a
Yeah,
duplicate video.
Guys, but you're dead.
Yeah, where you're dead and no one cares.
Oh, nobody cares. Okay, I'm gonna go cry in the corner.
Hold on. I don't think I. Yeah, I did.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I got a picture of video of your dead body. I'm trying to get dots, but it's not freaking working. Not dots. Yeah, dots. What?
Yeah, the
I want to be a pimp named Slickback.
I want to be a hat for Icky.
fishing.
I want to be somebody's face mask.
Jupiter.
Yeah.
I
that's what
don't wait.
Correction, I want to wear someone like a face mask. There you go. Is she though?
Icky, can you suffocate me?
Why are
Yeah.
you making me fish arcane?
Okay,
What?
thank you.
Huh?
I want to be suffocated. Preferably by boobs.
I'm not even working on mine.
Oh, okay. Stop throwing objects. I need a fucking dot, you dick shit. Is there someone in the building?
No.
Oh. Why the fuck are we going through dots again?
Because they changed rooms.
No, it's still in the same room because it's throwing objects. I say someone go grab Icky's body and throw it out the room. If that was how it worked, yeah. Ah, fuck, let's just leave. I can't be bothered. Diplomatic immunity.
It's a Goryo. Who the fucking saw that coming? Not me.
Totally not me.
Yeah.
Couldn't have been me.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah, it's funny. I played this game for fucking like what since it came out, and fucking like a couple weeks ago was the first time I ever apparently correctly got a Goryo, and I'm like, bitch, that's not true.
No, that it's the achievements came out. Half an hour ago.
A phobia of a gory. I don't even know what that word means.
A Goryo.
Agoraphobia is your fear of going outside. Basically, wide open spaces. That's why most agoraphobics don't leave their houses.
Hey, Icky,
Yeah.
if you were a vegetable, you'd be a cucumber.
Come.
How did you get cum out of the cute part? I'm so confused. Get your head out the gutter.
For a second, I thought you were gonna go for the kumquat.
I would have went for the cute part, not the cum part. Jesus Christ.
I
I should say you're cute, not your cum.
God damn it.
She really did deserve that bonk. That was dumb.
No.
Need to rattle some of her brain cells.
Hi, what?
Go to horny.
I thought we all agreed I had no brain cells.
Icky, come to.
Explains why you're so horny.
Can somebody get the truck, please? 'Cause I have no money.
Hey Icarus, if you just
Yeah.
change it to, you know, the weekly challenge, we get free stuff.
What's the weekly challenge?
Technophilia, we've thrown out all those prehistoric items. This contract is all about technology.
Oh, fuck it. Let's do that then. Just,
Yeah, we gotta go to Bleasdale.
no. Well, that's okay. I'm okay with that.
Alright.
I hate everything equally.
Arcane just says that Icky and Bella have a brain cell, but I have to keep it since it's endangered and would die otherwise.
That's crazy.
I have a brain cell.
Imagine having a brain cell. Could not be me.
Yeah.
Imagine having a cell.
I have a cell. A single cell organism living in my body.
I'm like, oh yes, I have a cell. 5
Yeah.
foot, 5 foot.
I have an amoeba. It's just chilling in there.
Guys, guys, we don't have a crucifix, just so you know.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's what they said. Technophile.
Yep.
Durr.
No salts, no sticks,
No dicks.
candles. It's
No
all
dick.
At least we have sanity pills or shots.
I'm cursed with a very horny brain cell as well. Don't worry, Kayla.
I am also cursed with a very horny brain cell. Too fucking horny, honestly, sometimes. Sometimes it gets me in trouble.
Why do I get bonked and nobody else does? Arcane.
You know why.
I know.
But
I
said
don't
subtract.
know why.
2 steps back. We come together because opposites attract, and you know. It's a natural fact. We come together because opposites attract. Sorry, I love Paul Abdul.
That's alright. You go
I'm
off.
out here. Listen.
You go off, Queen.
Did we take a photo of the Blood Totem yet?
Nah, I don't think so.
There's one in the dining room.
Is there?
Yes. Right there.
I don't know about that, man. I'm pretty fucking cursed. I can't go like one day without like something horrible happening to me.
Where are you?
2 steps back. 0.02%. Okay, y'all don't know horny until you've actually met me. I'd be talking about all my kinks openly on stream 24/7.
Once upon a time, I was
It's not a competition, but I'd win.
Arcane? Arcane, I need story time, please.
At least half of my friends know how horny I be, and they're like, yeah.
I feel like it's my whole thing.
I'm like a very flirtatious, horny on main, and I'm not ashamed to tell people I have a tentacle king.
Really, I couldn't tell.
Yep. That's why Nemesis is my Nemadaddy. Didn't you know? And Wesker can get it too.
Oh my god, Wesker, please.
Oh yes, Wesker. I throw for Wesker. I'm sorry. He's just too fucking hot. I'm straight and I want to fucking bang him.
Wesker can take
Wesker.
me anyway.
Yeah, Wesker can take me down anytime.
Yeah.
I'm also a monster fucker, so yeah, I'm really into fucking big brawling fucking monsters
I mean, what?
and girl monsters, especially like spider monsters and chicks. Oh, those are hot.
Why did you
Spider
close the door?
monster.
Oh yeah, spider monster chicks are hot, bro.
Because it only
Also,
responds-
there's no law against the Pokemon Batman. Enough said.
Batman.
There's no law against the Pokemon Batman. Hence the reason why I have an Alpha Mega Lopunny.
I sent.
Because
I
that
love
bitch is thick.
I redeemed points to make Angel squat, and I told him to get a nice booty.
Nice. I need a nice
We
booty
have-
so
we
someone can
have-
slap it.
We have electricity.
Cool. Now help me find Ghost.
I'm looking for ghosts. I'm going around with a thermometer.
Oh, found it.
Where?
Ghost orb in the room attached to the kitchen. Well, the kitchen. Essentially.
Story time has been set. I thought you said it was like in the room next to the kitchen.
That, and I've kind of like screwed my way through like probably half the fucking community when I started out. I was a horny dude. Anybody who was with it, I was down for.
I respect the home.
People were very horny back when I first started VTubing. It was weird.
We have you, V.
To be honest, that hasn't really
So-
changed too much.
Yeah, but now people try to call you out when they have like bad experience or something now. before then, it was just like you fooled around or whatever, and that was it. You didn't really care afterwards. It's like you had your situationship, you went your separate ways. People didn't Google Doc you.
Okay, so we can skedaddle.
Okay, wait. What? So EMF 5, ghost orbs, and what?
UV.
On the shoulder, other words that I told her. Those screams get louder. Said it really was over. And did for you with the girl next door. They should have sleep. Oh, we're dying. On the bathroom floor. Oh, get
Alright,
that
photos.
on.
Bye, everyone. You're safe now. You can leave.
Are you dead? Yup,
Yes.
you're dead.
I died for photo leak of EMF instead of a ghost,
To
unfortunately.
this day, the only album I have physically bought. The only man-shaped creature I'd let in is one of a hell of a butler.
Hate it.
Do you guys have a black cake circled?
I do not. Hold on. Okay. I guess I'll bake myself, bitch.
Did you have it circled?
I got it fucking circle. Go. I'll fight you.
Fight me.
You guys aren't just whistling Dixie. I can be the most charming person on earth and people still don't want me. Well, correction. They want me for a short time and then they want to get rid of me.
I am happily engaged.
Oh my god, an obake.
I'm happily single.
Twisted or Arcane, can you ban that crushed?
What's that? How's that joke go? I'm white, I'm black, I'm yellow, and I'm single. What's up, boys? Fuck.
Huh?
Don't worry about it. You had to be there. I guess we gotta do Bleasdale again.
Okay, so if we're gonna talk about like
Word,
years
Bella.
of porn time,
Jeez.
I met my fiance in Final Fantasy 14 in Belmung.
Were you role playing?
Yes.
Ha. See, I used to play Final Fantasy 14 with my ex, and then we broke up, and then she kicked me out of FC. So now I'm just kind of on the game by myself all the time, being alone.
What server you on?
Currently I'm stuck on Gollum. No, Dynamis. Yeah, Gollum. Yeah. No, it's Mateus.
Wanna make your way onto XCal? I have FC.
I have to transfer my file. I have to transfer over because I had to wait for my house to expire. But now it's gone, so I can move whenever I want.
Your brother and his wife met an FF14 says.
That's crazy. I would love to actually meet somebody that's like down to earth, not crazy.
That's the problem.
Someday.
Everyone's actually been crazy in this day and age.
Yeah, that's the problem. And I'm kind of crazy too, so I can't even ask for someone to be better, not as crazy as me, since that's why I just stay single. I mean, from what everyone I've ever experienced, like had like IRL conversations or hung out with, everybody tells me I'm good crazy. Like I'm not like psycho crazy. I'm just fun crazy. But like I feel like I have my moments.
All right, guys, it is a deal generally.
Wait, are you positive about that? Or are you just making that shit up? What's my proof? I made that shit the fuck up.
If it works, it works. You know? Anyways,
Imagine.
I've got logged in. I'll see you guys later.
Okay,
I'll join you.
that's crazy.
Locking in Dio. Locking in Dio.
I locked in DM.
Wait, are we locking in Dio?
Locking in Dio.
Are we actually locking in Dio? That's crazy.
Do we want to test it out? Do we want to test it out?
Process of elimination. If it's not Dio, we'll try Demon. Well, fuck, I'm just grab the orb then.
Listen, if it doesn't work, I can't make call out tonight.
If it doesn't work, I'm kicking you in the shit.
Oh my shit.
If it doesn't work, I'll book a flight down to see you and kick you.
Yeah, I will also do the same.
I'll hold you both to that.
next year sometime.
Who knows? Maybe next year I'll be somewhere towards the East Coast. Who knows?
Honestly, sometimes it's better to not have an ex or a partner.
Yeah. Sometimes it's better off. I agree, but not always.
I didn't put it in the book, by the way.
I know, that's why I opened the door.
There you go. I'm good. We're good.
Everybody's locked in. Here we go.
Yeah. It's not gonna be. It's gonna be fucking Mimic Watch. It's gonna be Mimic. Why the fuck is my controller going crazy? Hello?
Because I hit the button immediately to reopen.
Yeah, because you don't hit the button, you just leave it.
No,
What the fuck was it a Deogen? There's no fucking way that was a Deogen. There's no fucking way. Absolutely no way.
Oh my god, what the fuck,
This-
Maya?
I'm clipping that shit. What the fuck, dude? That's wild. Ain't no fucking way. It shouldn't be. I changed it like
Yeah,
fucking 2 hours ago. Like 3 times.
that's funny.
Twitch is just on some crack, man.
Ain't no fucking way, Naya.
God damn it.
There's no way that worked, bro. Ain't no fucking way. I don't believe it, bro. I don't believe it.
Maya's
Alright, I'm just gonna spam it because for some reason spamming it makes it work properly. There. Now it should work fine. That's the 3rd time I've changed it, by the way. That's annoying. I cannot believe that actually fucking worked.
Good job, Naya. Good job.
Your fucking guess somehow made it work. I don't know how, but it worked.
To be fair, it's a 5% chance of being right. Like, that's not that bad, right, guys?
That's a pretty fucking slim chance. Oh my lord. I cannot. I don't know how that worked, but okay, bro.
I was expecting failure from that.
That is
Well,
insane.
there's my luck tonight. Shit. Alright, well. Anyway,
We are
guys,
cooked, chat.
I'll see you later.
He said I'll be out. Bye.
this is bullshit.
Alright, let's try again and see if Naito gets it right again.
That's crazy. That was a nat 20. That was fucking nat 20 charisma right there.
That was fucking free money. I'll tell you what.
That was a nat 20 charisma roll right there, bro. That's
100%.
crazy.
It's not because I got it right, but it was a Deogen. We could have survived that. We could have perfected that run. God damn it. Fuck. Yo, this is such easy money.
Oh.
I need somebody to grab the
I hate
keys.
it.
Did you really open the door and not grab the key? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Please grab.
Imagine.
God damn it.
Imagine.
Are you mocking me, bitch? Are you mocking me? I will fight you.
I am. Do
I will
it.
literally beat your ass. Don't tempt me.
Do it.
Do you wanna fight in an Arby's parking lot at 2 a.m.?
Nah, it's gotta be a Waffle House parking lot, or I can't do it,
I
man.
think it should be a Denny's.
We got it. I mean, I do be fighting a lot of people in a Denny's parking lot. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I prefer the Denny's.
But I
inside
mean,
for the
but I
food
mean, but I mean, Waffle House is just so much better. You know, afterwards, after we're bleeding and shit, we can go inside and the fucking waitress will fight us.
Okay, by the way, it's 3 unique videos, video of Ghost and Ghost of
Have you ever been to a Waffle House? You're like, them fucking waitresses
No,
are
I'm
ready to fight.
Canadian.
Canadian?
Yeah.
Canadian.
Oh no, not a Canadian. I'm just kidding. I dated a Canadian once. She was a cunt. You're not a cunt, obviously.
No fight.
I don't know, you've known me for 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, as long as you don't act like a cunt, I don't think you're a cunt. There you go, problem solved.
No.
I don't know. I mean, Canadian kind of paints a picture. Let me not lie. I literally made the comment one time that, what was it? Hold on, I gotta remember the words exactly because it was hilarious. I was like, I don't hate all Canadians. I just hate. I don't hate Canadians. I just hate people from Canada. And my fucking friend quoted. I had a good reason for it though. I once dated a VTuber from Canada and she used me for money and clout. Fucking bitch. Oh yeah, she was also in a relationship already. I was cheating on her boyfriend.
Oh.
So there's that. Yeah. And that's why I have a thing against. I'm going neither confirm or deny that.
Okay, that works too.
Can I get killed while I'm on the pad?
Let's just put it this way: I wasn't innocent either, but at the same time, I also wasn't the one making promises that we'd fucking that oh I'm gonna leave this person because they suck or whatever, and blah 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 blah. Basically manipulating me and shit. So that's that. I just wanted someone to love.
I think we all want that.
Nah, I don't want that anymore. Now I just want someone to blow me.
I just want tax write-offs, personally.
I just want someone to blow me. I want someone to blow me under the desk at least twice a day. And then I'm Gucci. Yeah, I need the under the desk service. Like, if you ain't providing the under the desk service, then you're not doing it right. Is all I'm saying.
Look, 9,000.
Yes, you gotta be like me with the Gawk Gawk Myers emote that I have. You gotta Gawk Gawk Myers.
Look.
Jaw hurty.
Yeah, if that jaw no hurty, you ain't doing it right. I want to see a 6-pack on that neck. We gotta. If you ain't. No, me neither. I'm gonna try with EMF.
People just want you for your modding.
Well, maybe now I can finally get temperature.
Look, what's your service is? I might hit you up. Depends on how good the services are, though. You know what I'm saying? I provide good services. I'm a decently unhinged friend that people for some reason seem to enjoy hanging out with. And I'm very supportive of my friends and people that I know that I like actually enjoy their content and shit.
Hey, Icky.
Yeah.
Can you support my tits?
Yeah.
You need a bra? I got you. I will also support your bra, your boobs. For real.
I'm here in the middle of the dark, so I'm trying to see if I'll get closed into the house or outside of the house.
It's outside. The ghost is outside.
Ain't no way.
Son of a hacker.
I can't even see where I'm going now. Where did we go? I'm confused. I can't see you. You're too dark. I'm getting canceled today.
Listen. That's okay. It's on the patio, you say?
Look, I'll provide you with food, water, a nice basement to live in.
Nice collar.
A collar, exactly. You get 3 square meals a day, dental, insurance. All you gotta do is stay in the basement and give me the gawk gawk. That's all you gotta do.
Sign me up. I'm at dental.
Yeah, food, dental, shit. You gotta treat your pets right, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, it's at freezing temps, by the way.
Freezing temp.
It's below 0. It's freezing. Where are you? I can bake my cooking could be better. I'm a very good cook, actually. I learned from my father. Where are you? My dad was a chef. How old are you? My mother was a hamster, and my father was smelt of elderberry. I love you. I love that she like can finish my sentence. You can finish my my breakfast too if you want. Hey yo, finish me what? I love how that registered as a fucking question to the ghost. Hey ghost, you want to finish me?
I think the ghost wants to finish you in a different way.
Yeah, not the way I want you to finish me, sadly.
Arkin does have great baking skills. I can't confirm she's a wonderful human being.
I need a baker to bake me stuff.
I can bake. I just hate to.
Yeah, I'm more of like I like cooking, but I like hate cooking for like I don't know. My ex kind of ruined cooking for me because I used to love to cook all the time, but then she constantly made me cook for her specifically, and it's just like I got tired of cooking after that. Especially knowing that she couldn't even make a salad without burning it.
I said that you are a great baker. Can confirm.
But I'd rather
She's
be baked.
wunderbar.
I bet I'll put a bun in your oven.
You know.
Hey yo.
But yeah, I can bake, but I'd rather be baked. You know.
Hey, I'm down for that. I love being baked. I used to love being baked, but then I can't smoke anymore. It kind of sucks. And it's not even because of personal choice or anything. It's just because I had a really bad trip one time. And now it makes me nauseous.
That sucks.
Let's put it this way. I was smoking with a friend who I was trying to get with at the time. And fucking, I took like this massive hit. And the hit was so strong, I was literally coughing up fucking smoke from my lungs 10 minutes after I took the hit. It was bad. I got so fucking high, it was not even funny. Like, I couldn't fucking move. I couldn't focus. I puked up my shepherd's pie. I was sad. My friend thought I was gonna fucking die. It was hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah, ever since then, even smelling fucking smoke from weed, it makes me want to vomit. I did smoke a couple weeks ago though, with my family, but still takes a lot out of me.
Oh, that reminds me, guys. I do want to do another cooking. I need to somehow tie it to the spooky season. Does anyone have any ideas whatsoever?
Pumpkin cookies.
What are you talking about, baking?
That's not baking.
Pumpkin soup would be good.
I was gonna say pumpkin pie.
Oh yeah, you can do a pumpkin pie.
Or
That's baking.
That is
Oh,
not
yeah.
baking still.
oh yeah. What if you made like I'm trying to think of what I was gonna say. My ADHD kicked in.
Same.
What if you just made like I don't know how to explain it, like not like pasta or spaghetti, but like something where it's like meatballs
Ooh,
in like
pumpkin noodles.
maybe like a sauce or whatever, but make it like a thin sauce so it kind of looks like blood, and then have like the little meatballs have like design like like draw little cut little eyes into them or whatever, and make it like a fucking spooky meatball soup or some shit.
Maybe. I could also make like pumpkin lasagna.
Yeah, you can do that
Also,
too.
another option.
Listen,
Asparagus wrapped in bacon.
Piece of chocolate chip muffins.
Oh, it put me outside. It closed the door on me.
Just get the fuck out.
I was curious about what's behind it.
Ghost said,
I'm
get
not
out.
a fan of hot dogs, but I'm looking at some recipes online right now as I'm bringing this up to everyone, and I'm seeing this recipe called mummy dogs, which is literally just hot dogs wrapped in thin strands of
Baked, what do you call it? Dough?
croissant dough. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically picked in a blanket.
Yeah.
Only with a hot dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a pretty good idea. If I actually had the money and the time, I would try that soup idea that I was thinking of.
Vampire cookie cake, pieces of pumpkin, turn grapes into Sour Patch Kids. Hello?
Oh?
Sour Patch grapes, also known as glitter grapes.
Arcane is trying to get your attention.
Hi, Arcane. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted by recipes right now, not at all about focusing on the game nor chat.
What was our evidence? Using temps, right? What else do we get?
Freezing temp, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
Because there's two. We can't know if it's ghostwriting.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Do you have?
Oh, duh.
Serve in the bowl, make the bowl
Yeah,
have
you're
all
right. You
pumpkin.
can't know ghost writing. I'm stupid. Ignore me.
Instead of a bread bowl, pumpkin bowl. I mean, I have done that before. It is actually pretty fun.
Well, we could definitely roll out demon because it hasn't been hunting.
That's a good point.
No orbs, so it's definitely not mimic. Shit, we don't have a candle, so I can't fucking try for Onryo.
Yeah, wait, no lighter either. I've done like a acorn squash into
Wait.
this nice,
Oh, never
nice
mind.
dish, which was delicious. I might actually do that.
Why is
again
it
also.
glitching
I
like
wonder what
that? That's
Sour
weird.
Patch grapes are, because I'm curious now.
You put dots down, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
down.
there's dots down.
Alright, I'm gonna go move them and see if they
Green grape,
get a better
one
reading.
lemon, 2 teaspoons of citric acid.
I say we just go for Deogen again.
One package orange jello, 1 package of lemon.
No, we
and
can't.
lime. I'm not feeling the deal.
Well, yeah, the evidence wouldn't support it anyway, so... I mean, it could be a shade because it hasn't really been doing shit.
You empty each jello packet into its own gallon-sized resealable plastic bag. Add a half teaspoon of citric acid to each bag. Remove grapes from stems. Rinse in the colander. Shake in the colander to remove any excess water, so that way it's damp, not dripping wet. Squeeze lemon juice over the grapes. Toss with your hands so that all the grapes get lightly coated in the powdered jello. And shake the coat and move some bags. That's very simple, and actually looks really good. You guys want photos?
Yes.
I'll post in the chat. Sour Patch grapes. I would eat it. Use my versatile load probably.
Oh my god. That reminds me of the last time I went to my cousin's house for a party a couple weeks back. They were making fucking cinnamon toast crunch shots or whatever. Oh my god, dude, that shit was so good. It tasted like cinnamon toast crunch, dude. It was crazy.
I mean, you guys know like the sparkling ice drinks, and like how they have like Starburst flavor.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're talking about C4 or Celsius?
No, neither. There's a Starburst flavor sparkling ice drink. But
Where are you?
add like a lot of vodka to that, and you just won't taste.
How old are you? Yeah, I drank way too much that night. I was fucking plastered by the time I got home.
Because I don't like
Where are you?
So that's why it's very pertinent to me.
Where are you? Yeah, you picked that up. About to hit the ghost with an RR just to be cringe.
Pumpkin carbonara could also work.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's a shade, bro. This thing ain't doing shit.
I'm thinking I'm too chicken.
I'm thinking you're too cute.
Nuh-uh.
Yo-ho.
Never.
Always.
Margarita, excuse me?
See, when you say never like that, it just makes me think you're more cute. You're not beating the allegations.
I don't think I ever have.
Good. Don't ever do it. You're fine just the way you are.
Interesting.
Emphasis on fine. Hey, yo.
So literally with this recipe, you turn classic margaritas with these colored ice cubes, and you watch.
Yeah, I don't think it's a... I don't think it's... Yeah, I think it's a shade. I'm pretty sure it's a shade.
Okay.
Either it moved or it's a shade.
Zombie brain cupcakes, witch finger cookies.
Dude, I stole my slippers again.
Mini pumpkin gnocchi with Italian
I
sauce.
had a really good wine I had one time. The only wine I ever liked besides the fucking chocolate wine. I can't remember the name of it though.
Eyeball pasta, there we go.
Choco vine is fucking good though.
Do
I
you
made
wanna
my...
call it a shade and skedaddle?
I'm down for that.
Yeah, I'm calling it a shade because that's what it is. It's not doing shit.
Does everybody have a shade circled?
Yeah,
Yep.
got the chicken shit circled. So the
Alright.
eyeball pasta is meat meatballs and spaghetti, but you actually have
Take a while
little,
to learn to properly.
little cheese
Yeah.
and black olive slices on top to make it nice.
I feel that. I can only drink certain kinds of wine. Oh, told you. Can't be drinking. I can't drink like a lot of different wines. And normally I don't even really drink that much alcohol, but when I do, it's usually vodka.
I think shade. I'm not touching.
Oh, and we got the 5,000. Let's go.
Real quickly, if you look at the share chat, or not share chat, the Discord chat, a graveyard enchilada dip.
Oh, I like that.
$5,554.
I think.
You're tired?
Yeah.
Boo.
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 I haven't had much stamina for streaming since I got sick.
We gotta help you get your stamina up, I guess. Wink, wink.
Yeah, I just need to practice to get my stamina back up. Yeah, so I am gonna end here.
Okay.
Thank you for
I drink maybe 3
playing.
times a year. Okay.
Thank you for being you.
Good night, Bellabog.
Also nice meeting you.
It was nice meeting you.
Yes, feel free to share more pictures.
Yeah.
Yee. Once every other month. For me, it's like once every other week.
I'm drinking twice this week. I'm drinking tomorrow and on Saturday.
I want to drink, but I got no minis.
That is fair.
You're a colorful bunch.
Well, yeah. Thank you so much for the raid. I wasn't expecting that. Welcome in, waiters. I'm a person. Enjoy my content. I don't know what my fucking raid room thing is anymore. It's kind of bad. I'm Asher. I do
Alexor
stuff.
just raided
I'm
with 7
unhinged,
viewers.
and I play video games with people. Feel free to watch content. Wait, did they change the maps already? No, they're still the same. All right, what are we doing here? Are we going back to Bleasdale? Have a good night, you darling sweetheart, you.
Love you.
Loves.
Bye, Stinky.
Bye-bye. You absolute
Thank you for the
adorableness.
raid. Welcome in. Hello, Raiders. I'm Icarus Deathbloom, Necromancer, Raven, Demon Queen of an undead army with a soul of a chicken.
The nerd.
I'm playing Phasmo.
Bye, Stinky.
He's a stinky nerd, don't let her lie to you.
You were playing Helldive. How was Helldivers?
Another game.
Yeah, play Helldivers again.
Another game I own that I have not played yet.
It is a good game. We just don't play it often.
True.
I'm just waiting for my friggin' friends who got it for me to actually like hit me up and say, "Hey, let's play." So I can be like, "All right, I'm on, get on."
You should
It's
ask them. And
Sin bought it for me, so I kind of feel like I'm obligated to play with him first. And you know, my wife.
hey, this is normal.
You know, my VTuber wife. I don't have an actual wife.
Wait, this is normal. This isn't the paid, the free upgrades.
Democratic. Oh yeah. Democracy.
Democracy. Oh,
Ghost
there's-
orbs
Where?
in the very beginning of the house. Like right in the living room.
I've got
I am-
books, UV, and salt.
Hold on.
Got a little improvement on the health points. So right here.
Yeah. Ghost orb is right in this room.
10.3.
Down. Salt.
It's in here. It's like right at the beginning.
Why is the camera aimed over here then? The camera's aiming aimed at me right now.
'Cause that's I saw the orb in there.
Could be wondering.
I don't know. Weird. All right. Well, then I'll just swap the camera around.
Debiku, thank you. I hope you're free to stay in chat, but if you're tired, I understand. We gotta protect the health.
What's health? I don't have that.
Evidently not.
I am
sick
seeing
a lot.
orbs.
I don't even have
are
mental
on the
health.
front entrance, like Chris said. So dang, there goes my salt piles. I'll go get more salt.
I got you.
Okay, so I will do the sour hash grapes for dessert. I might just do maybe the color changer margaritas for shits and giggles. Invite some friends over nearby, see if they show up. If not, just have more myself. Now for the main dish.
No UV.
Do creamy pumpkin vodka pasta sauce with penne pasta. Creamy pumpkin gnocchi with Italian sausage, or jack-o'-lantern bell peppers that are
Bell
stuffed
pepper.
Bell peppers do sound good.
I love stuffed peppers so much.
Me too. I used to make it a lot.
Okay, I'll make that then. And I will save the other two recipes for later.
Yeah, because you can make the stuffed peppers look like brains. Oh, you can put little faces on them, make them look like Frankenstein's.
Oh, that'd be cute.
I'm an idea guy.
I got the power turned on.
You know what you haven't turned on?
What?
Do I really need to say it?
Yeah.
Me, duh.
I mean, I could.
You could try.
No UV, huh?
I'm a mother, I'm a sinner, I'm a saint. I do not feel ashamed. Real dream. I'm nothing in between, and all you really wanted any other way.
Video of ghost, cleanse area, and motion. Hologram motion sensor.
It's the biggest wonder, man. Oh, I should probably with the dots. We got an EMF reading 2, and it blew out the candles.
I'm looking for the bone, and I haven't found the bone yet, and that's making me sad.
Are you here?
Look harder.
Are you friendly? Are you stinky? Are you smelly?
Oh, I heard that.
Thank you. Spirit box.
Yep. So it's a mirror yokai or an Onryo. It says it blew out the candles and it hasn't hunted. It's not an Onryo. I don't think so.
I thought Henry had to blow out candles 3 times for it to work.
Oh, does it? I don't know.
Yeah.
So lighten it a second time. Okay.
Oh, behind you.
Hi, Stinky. Did you record it?
I tried to, but it apparently was too far away or something. This camera's buggy. Nothing on this.
So it has to be ghost writing, will not be UV, will not be EMF. So it has to be ghost writing dots or tens.
I'll blow up the candle again.
I can't find bone.
Why is it not letting me record this? That's what annoys me.
Salt Steppy, you should be able to record that.
That bro.
Hopefully got that. And Crossburn.
Why is this thing not recording anything though? fuck?
Are you holding right click?
Yeah.
You want to swap? I'll give you the audio.
Oh, wait. Now it did something. Object wrong. Finally. Finally let me record something. Jesus Christ. Burn crucifix.
Give me a second cruising in here then. Alright, all audio's done.
Ghost orbs, object found, burn cruci.
Sure, you may want to take some meds too. And Icarus.
Oh, yeah. Almost forgot about that. More chance to be able to. Nothing for me. Fingers. Peach fuzz on my face. Oh, hello. Damn it. We just about to record. Ah, I blew the candle again.
Light the candles.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a fun.
That's not.
No, it's not. It was an event. I couldn't record it. Don't shoot too close to me.
Yeah, and the door also. I was trying to record that.
Whose camera was? So now it's something. I'm dead. She was right at the stairs. Eat it, whatever. I got voided. Listen, they gonna fuss and we gonna fight. There's no us. And fun, we'll go see.
It is a Onryo.
Oh. Well, color be corrected. Since there's no UV, can't be a minute.
What happened to the camera?
Which one?
Any of them.
One's right there. The other one's on the ground where I died. Along with a smudge. I'm dying.
Don't die.
That was Duke, wasn't it? Yes, it was. We need to delete that.
Too late. I am the Didge.
We need one more photo, one more video. Are you going to be on video?
Yeah, I'm on video.
It's on thing. And I can't tell you where it is because I don't know where it is. I can't see it. I think it's upstairs.
It was in the den behind the camera.
Oh, it's coming right at you.
Yes, it is.
He's walking the other way. Oh, he's going to the closet.
Damn.
As soon as you went into the closet, she came right for you.
Well, we need one more photo still.
Well, lucky up to you.
Do we know what the ghost is?
It's not real. Oh my god, did you not pay attention this whole time? Just take a picture of one of our bodies and you can leave.
I already got a photo of your body, won't count.
Well, fuck.
spirit box ghost orbs.
Wait, did you? You got a video of my body?
I thought I got a photo of it too.
No.
Yeah, dead body. Second to last if you check the journal.
Yeah.
Oh, because on this board it says something different.
It said it killed more of the team. We have to go. That's the one. You know what we didn't get a photo of? I think. No, we
The
did.
totem.
We did.
Or did we?
That's the first photo.
But-
The issue is, I couldn't find a bone. So either way, it's not going to be a perfect game.
Well, then I guess you won't have to put your ass in there and find that
now
bone.
if you want.
Yeah, we can
I
probably
don't
find
go
it.
in there. I don't
You
go
still got
in
one
there.
sanity left. You'll be fine.
Gotta grab incense. Yeah.
Yeah, and protect yourself with incense. When he threw the incense, it made him run him back. He doubled back.
Cross a few if
Only
you really
because-
need to.
Go
Ghost only
look for
doubled
the
back
bone.
because the incense right now.
I'm looking for the bone. I'm looking for the bone. Show me your bones.
Show me your moves.
Show me your skills. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're feeling good.
With my friends, I'm so crazy. I don't know why. I say my baby and the dolphins make me cry. There's somebody to you.
I think the bone may have fallen beneath the map.
Is that even a thing?
So there's nowhere to be found.
I just feel like we're not looking that hard. Yeah, you
And I
can
don't
just
want to
check.
go.
That's the
attic
real
with-
answer. That's the real answer.
What?
You don't want to go.
Well, I've already looked at the house.
Oh, guess what? I found nothing. Thought I found
Yeah,
it.
well,
Then I realized it was a helmet. Not yet, but I'm still looking. I haven't given up yet. They can be on like counters and tables and shit, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. So you're saying I know I'm just looking at the floor for the
I
most
am
part.
not Q Arcane. I'm not.
What are you then?
Not cute.
Well, what's the opposite of cute?
Ugly.
Nah, I think you're thinking of hot. What's a synonym to cute? There you go. Let me know. Under your spell. Perfume and a sweet smell. Yeah, I wish someone would call me cute. But then I don't, because when they do tell me I'm cute, I tell them, nah, I'm really fucking ain't, but alright, bet. I'm a mixed bag. I'm like, I wish, but then at the same time, I'm like, I don't wish, because it's like, you know, I feel you're just being pity. Want your fucking pity. Bastic, written as the best. Nothing nice and bastic. Man, we were like all hard focusing, aren't we?
Arcane, stop lying to the people.
Arcane is saying nothing but the true.
No, I'm not cute. I'm not gorgeous.
Icarus, you're cute. You're gorgeous.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You're pretty on the inside when you want to be. That's the honest truth. That's probably the best she's gonna accept. Let's be honest here.
Have you found it yet?
Not yet.
No, I have not found my boner yet. Because it's still not hard.
Because there is no bone.
I got no bones. If I got no bones, how am I supposed to slam it?
If I have no bounds, how the hell am I staying together?
Exactly. I ain't got no bones, how do I get a boner?
Arcane, no lying.
Arcane says Icarus is pretty, cute, gorgeous, hot, sexy, adorable, and pretty.
Damn. That's a lot.
Hi, Revan.
I wish I was any of
3
those things.
stream streak.
What the fuck is this thing? Is this thing like candy or something?
Revan, they're lying about me.
Nah, I don't lie. See, now if you were a smart person, you would have called me out and said, excuse me, you just said you don't lie. That's a lie.
Yeah, but
you gotta one up people there, you know what I'm saying? I hate people do that. They're like, I don't lie. I never lied. I'm like, you just told a lie. What the fuck you mean? Like, are you stupid? Do you not understand how that works?
Yes.
Clearly. I hate it though. It's just annoying. Like, shut up. Don't tell me you don't lie. You clearly just lied to my face. One thing I can't stand is liars. Damn, girl, go ahead, get down. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down. Yeah, this bone is fucking gone, bro. I feel like someone picked it up already.
Revan?
Icarus ate the bone.
Chris, why are you sticking boners in your mouth? I can tell you about that.
Because that's where boners go.
Okay, well, not this boner.
You don't know where this bone's been.
Exactly.
It's been in my mouth.
Yeah, okay. Glug, 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 glug. I bet you she can suck a golf ball through a garden hose.
No.
I don't think that.
Let me have my joke. Let me have my joke, please. Please,
Do you
yeah,
guys
bro.
have Onryo circle? Because there's not a bone in there.
No, I have Deogen circled.
Your bone. Yeah, what the fuck?
There you go. Here's some bread.
I crashed.
Hey.
There you go. Here's some bread.
I crashed.
Hey. Oh, you...
Oh, I'm back.
Hey, we should've... okay, we should've
My internet went out for like a split second. I don't know why.
And your OBS is Pokemon again?
No, yeah, I'm looking at my stream right now. It doesn't refresh. Oh my god, if you don't stop changing my shit to Pokemon, I'm gonna fight you.
Oh, it's a mimic.
Someone in your actual thing is just changing it physically.
What?
Was a mimic.
It was a mimic? It was a mime dick?
Wait,
I don't know why it
I
randomly
will be
crashed
right
like that.
back. I gotta go use the restroom.
I
I'll be
also
right
need
back.
to use the restroom.
That sounds like a good idea. Restroom for all. Be
Whoop,
right
whoop.
back.
I also gotta go grab the code. Okay. This man really just said that. Oh my god, why do I have 13 seconds?
I'm back. Arcane, you're not mom. You always tell me that you're not mom material. Like, what the fuck? Don't cry. Mom material is different. Hello?
Delicious. I'm snacking on some white fudge covered Oreos. This is sugar hell as you expect. That was going pissy.
That was good.
Okay. Good. Not a new map yet. We're just in the Blood Moon event.
Yeah. New map is not until November.
Next month.
Alright, I'm here.
In a couple days. Welcome back, Asher.
Yup.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yup.
Welcome. Come back.
Come on my back. What?
Ayo.
Hey, yo.
Come back.
Well, I'm back from coming.
Ayo.
Thanks,
I
Revenant.
already up.
No.
This is like not after that spectacle. Fuck you.
Wait, hold on. Revan, are you free? I want to hear you scream. Get in the game.
Nah, I kind of want to hear Arcane scream.
Yeah.
If you go to the event, are you at 100% for the first level?
What?
Are you at 100% for the
Yeah.
option? Okay, if you go to the main screen, you change it off Child of Cult to something else for our special badge and back on, you'll not have the option.
What?
Now go back to Child of Cult. Now you're in holographic. It wasn't before.
Why, hello there.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, I am here. I am here. And now Icarus can hear me scream in the top of my lung.
Hi,
Yes, get in the game. Get in the game.
Oh, Arcane. What happened to Arcane? Also, can I not hear? Oh, I probably have to. I need to get in the fast mode real quick then. Alright.
What can I do here? What can I do?
Really? Why are you twerking at me?
Sure.
Hello. Is it though? Is it though?
Yes, it is. Why does it sound like you? It doesn't sound right.
I know me well enough to know it's never nice to me.
Okay, I'll be making sure to join.
People will regret meeting me by the end of the day.
I
No
know.
idea what you're talking about.
You're gonna enjoy hearing me scream in the moment I get in, and the next
Yeah,
thing you'll be
yeah.
hearing me. Oh, actually,
Damn, imagine making you scream. Could be me. What? Told you you'd regret it.
1 second, I'm backing up in my ice cream.
Revan, get in the game.
Alright,
Yeah.
okay, there's the code. Okay.
I'm just a degenerate. Don't mind me. I have to be normal throughout my normal day of work and life. So when I get home, I just pull out the whole degen card.
Oh,
Yum.
alright, let's see.
Streaming is my degen escape from world.
Okay, there I am.
There you are.
There I am. Hello, Icarus.
Hi.
Oh yeah, I forgot I gotta mute in-game audio. Oh, never mind, he's
Oh.
gone.
Hi, Revan.
Good boy.
Revan left.
He went
He
poof.
popped in. He popped in and was like, nah. Popped out.
PC crash, damn. See, told you we were meeting me.
I don't know, that kind of seems like an icky bad luck thing.
Yeah, Icky do be bad luck, not gonna lie.
Yeah, bad luck crow, bad luck crow.
Oh, crow. Did you just call me a crow?
Yeah, go get your
I'm gonna go
murder.
cry. I'm gonna go cry.
Go get your murder to come fix it.
It's an unkindness, not a murder.
I think murder's better. And kind of sounds stupid. You should have been a crow.
No, crows are small and tiny. I'm a raven.
It's just like you, small and tiny.
I'm not small or tiny.
I don't know if that was supposed to be a compliment to yourself or an insult to yourself, but damn.
I don't know either.
That kind of made me feel bad.
Are you getting it back up, Revan?
No, I can't get it back up. I thought about Star Me. Oh no, not the Mega Star Me. I'm telling you, I'm probably gonna have a nightmare about that fucking thing tonight.
You know the image that's been going around of just Mega Star Me in.
With the fucking legs, yes.
Yeah.
This dork sent me it earlier and I wanted to kill myself afterwards. In Minecraft.
I sent Asher.
She sent me the Star Me with the fucking lady legs. Like a statue someone made. It looked like someone 3D printed it or 3D printed or something.
Freaking believable.
Welcome back.
PC said too enthusiastic, tone it down a bit, bitch, and then banned you.
Oh, that was unbelievable.
I'm gonna send that image to
God damn it, from this
Arcane.
morning till and today and tonight. God damn it.
Look, I would be okay with it if it just had long legs, but the fact that his fucking back spirals behind it like it's a backpack is fucking weird to me. And the way it runs is so creepy, like, ugh. It's like your fucking local stalker from Reddit staff fucking coming for your ass. Ugh.
You know what ability that one gets though?
Starmie's literally a Reddit mod.
Starmie has huge power. It is currently because of that the Pokemon that has the most stat increase when it mega evolves.
And yet, I guarantee no one's using him.
Yep.
Fucking cursed image.
Yep,
Fuck
now
cursed.
There I am again.
Huge power rate saving Mega Starmie. Look, Mega Starmie could blow me and I still wouldn't be okay with him existing.
Oh, Phasma's not doing any audio. 1 second.
Phasma is not audio. Also,
Not on my
Matter of fact, if
phone.
Mega Starmie tried to blow me, I'd smash his gem with a hammer.
also, hold on. I'm not hearing Icarus on my end. What the heck? Why?
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Okay, there you go.
Probably because she dumb and muted herself.
Yeah, I was just not talking. I'm sorry.
That's
buddy.
crazy. Imagine.
Oh, no worries. I'm alive at the very point.
Imagine being alive.
Woodwind.
Me being dead, that would have been, actually no, that would be me at that point. You know what? Let's start it up.
I'm too sexy for this song.
Oh.
Imagine not being ready.
Ow.
It's crazy.
I know, right? It's wild.
I need everybody to
Crazy.
stop.
Imagine
Nice
not
host.
being ready.
Nice host. Nice host. Fucking stop.
Imagine not being ready.